It's showtime. Hello. Hello, one and all. It's a Friday evening for me. If you happen to be watching this back, wherever you may be, I hope you are well. There are certainly lots of reasons to not be doing all that well in the world today. There is far too much going on, really, isn't there? Far too much. So, we've all got to take a little bit of extra time to look after ourselves, I think, because there is far too much of the bullshit going on. Dramas, global pandemics, cops murdering people, people staging what's looking like a full-scale insurrection in response to the never-ending cycle of police violence. It's pretty wild. It's a pretty wild time we live in. It really does feel like, for the first time in my life. I mean, there've been individual events like the September 11th attacks in the US resonated pretty hard and certainly had a lot of knock-on effects. I guess a lot of people anyone who's old enough to remember that has probably a pretty distinct memory of how they heard about what was happening. But yeah, there's something about the ongoing pandemic is sort of next level shit. And seeing, as I record this, we're in day 3 of really quite revolutionary behavior in the US. There was a line I saw on Twitter. One of the people I follow on Twitter phrased it very nicely. This guy called Robert Evans, and he's a journalist, a podcaster, and he's good with the words. And looking at what's been happening in the US, he said, every single American now knows that police stations can be taken, captured, and burned. And that it really feels like a turning point, what happened in Minneapolis when they actually took on a police station, took over a police station. The police retreated and they burned the police station. That is pretty goddamned momentous and really ought to give police in the US pause for thought. So I don't know that it will. And there's the other aspects of it. So comments aren't showing up on StreamYard yet, and I don't know why that is, because I know there are people commenting. Okay, and they finally came through. Hey, Soch and Musical Aviator. And Bex, hello. Yeah, it's seeing the Minneapolis. I think riot understates it quite a lot. It really, really does seem to be revolutionary in nature. But yeah, that's the other weird thing that happened this week. That woman who she didn't just call the cops on a black man. It was a death threat. She made it very clear that she understood if she, an hysterical white woman, called the cops, lied, said she was terrified and being threatened by a black man. She knew she was seriously endangering his life. When she said to him, I'm going to call the cops and say you're harassing me, she's saying, I'll get you killed. It was a death threat. And that's not hyperbole. That was her motivation. That was the message she intended to communicate. You've embarrassed me by pointing out I'm breaking the rules by not having my dog on a leash in an area where I'm required to have my dog on a leash. And because you've embarrassed me, I'm now going to threaten you with death. Fuck that woman. And Dingle Doodle, hello to you in Bonnie, Scotland. Nice to hear from you. What time in the AM is it in Scotland at the moment? I could look it up. I could. Does he get the phone that tells me that sort of thing? Oh, but it's Friday night. It's formal Friday, which is why I dressed up. And also because I probably want to make some videos for my cocktail channel if I can make a decision on what to make cocktails of. Ideally, it would be for something upcoming, something that's an event or an anniversary of something that was sort of mid next week to late next week. Be prepared ahead of time. I was looking up things that are happening, and Marilyn Monroe's birthday's a good one, but that's on Monday, which is too soon because I won't put the next video up until I won't put my next video up until like Tuesday. So if it's going to be tied in with something, just in case people are searching on it, it needs to be something that comes later to get in ahead. It's like of course, there's a bunch of drinks called a Marilyn Monroe cocktail. Champagne, that's not surprising. Champagne, apple brandy, and grenadine. Oh, wait, when did she die? Okay, that's from 2012. Wow, that's a really old web page. Google threw up at me there. Everyone says Marilyn Monroe liked champagne, so therefore they've made a champagne cocktail. This is a different one. What's this one? Marilyn Monroe. 2 parts, 3 olives, Marilyn Monroe's strawberry vodka. Okay, a strawberry vodka and cranberry juice. Oh, God, that's so garbled the way they've written that down. Damn. 11:05 a.m., 8:05 p.m. here. Hey, Safa. Yes, everything is all messed up. Minneapolis cops are fucking idiots. Why they bloody responded violently to non-violent protesters is beyond me. Well, that's okay. Excellent, Catherine. Queen's birthday long weekend. I've read that story, Catherine, about how much the Queen drinks in a day. How much does the Queen drink? This circulated a while ago, a year or two ago. Drinks up to 4 cocktails every day. This got circulated everywhere a couple of years ago. And what it turns out is it was like a former butler or staff at the palace had said something to, sometimes the Queen will do this and sometimes that, sometimes the other. And it got turned into she does it every day. So according to the Independent, the Queen's cousin told the dirty on her. 60 facts about the Queen you didn't know. Okay, it's one of these web pages that just fucking throws ads up everywhere. Fucking want to kill whoever came up with that thing of web design. Okay. What does this mob say? A royal footman who poured whiskey in the corgi's water as a party trick was rewarded with a salary cut and a demotion. There you go. Oh, God. They're saying the Queen crossed a corgi with a dachshund to create the dorgie. Okay. Fair enough. Where's the drinks? Official photo call. Archbishop's Canterbury. Vocal range. It's all for her Diamond Jubilee. Okay. And I think this is apocryphal. According to Margaret Rhodes, the Queen's cousin, Queen's alcohol intake never varies. She has a gin and Dubonnet cocktail before lunch with a slice of lemon and a lot of ice. Take wine with lunch and a dry martini and a glass of champagne in the evening. That comes to 6 units a day, which would make Her Majesty a binge drinker by government standards. Yeah. The story was later refuted, but everyone ran with it. I mean, he's one of the ones doubting it. Does it really? Oh, yeah, this is one with a former chef. So this one, he says, the Independent quoted a cousin as saying she has 4 drinks daily. But yeah, this former chef, she doesn't even have the pre-dinner cocktail every day. So yeah, basically this staffer had said, well, I'd said that sometimes she'll have this before lunch, sometimes she'll have this with lunch, and sometimes she'll have this with dinner, and sometimes she'll have this before bed. And that somehow got translated into she has this all day, every day. I think I'll do. Yes, I know what you mean about the Guardians pop up for donations. Yes. So yes, I should definitely do something for the Queen's birthday weekend. So that's one thing I've got to do. Something about the Queen. Oh yes, Gordon's is the gin that's by appointment. I don't find a good royal cocktail. Gin and Dubonnet sounds boring. I don't really want to do that. But something appropriately regal, I think. Hey, Invisible Chicken, how's it going? So, yes, even though I'm a Republican, I'm happy to go with a theme. The thing. It's National Cognac Day. Why would Americans decide it was Cognac Day? Oh wow, I'm looking at anniversaries of things. What are you after? Oh, okay. Oh, what? This is your punch. And here's some lemonade. Do you want some ice? Give me a cup and I'll. You get in one of the Mackie cups.
Yeah.
All right.
For skin off the
All right, it's disappeared. All right. All right, just sorting out things on the home. Hey, Rain, how's it going? Rain, if you think you've seen even the end of the first wave of COVID-19, you're a very optimistic individual. Personally, I would hope you are right. I just don't think you are. Hey, I got some pineapple juice. Don't worry. Or worry, whatever.
Okay, what worry?
Invisible Chicken, you've been watching first half of Code Grey. Nice. Musical Aviator cancelled annual leave last month. Not going to get out of bed on the Queen's birthday. Fair. Oh no, Rain, I get where you're going. At the moment, the death toll is it's bad, but it's not momentous. But I will hold, if you think we are even at the end of the first wave, and historically second waves have been significantly more deadly than first waves. If you think we're even at the end of the first wave, you're far more optimistic than me. You might be right. You absolutely might be right. I hope you are. But I really don't think so. I think we are about to see an absolute explosion of cases in the US and Brazil. The UK may or may not get it under control. Russia, a few other places. But yes, I think we are in for some very dark times. Oh, no, I was Invisible Chicken. You have to keep pausing the show because your dad's trying to record your mum, who's on local news, and he failed hard. Oh, dear. Yeah. Oh, Code Grey is a great show, and hopefully we will be seeing Aidsy tonight. We'll wait and see. I talked to him earlier today, and he was actually sounding a bit overtired, and I said, need to try and get some sleep. And he said, oh, that's my plan. He said he had to do some errands and then he was going to lie down. So we might see him soon, or he might have actually, lied down and gone out like a light, which, we all miss him when he's not here. But if he needed the sleep, it's good that he gets it. So yes, we may or may not see Aidsy. Did send him a link, but we'll have to see. It's Musical Aviator, because I'm working for state government at the moment, so it's definitely 100% out of the office till at least the end of June. Oh, yeah. The little monologue Aidsy has at the start of Code Grey, something I wanted to sort of redo and do a thing where he could rattle off the terrible things that had happened to him. He's been shot, stabbed, almost drowned multiple times, buried alive. And that was these were just the misadventures before he started getting serious health problems. So he's had a mysterious dark cloud following him everywhere. I'm just going to look something up. Okay, so MERS, for which we still don't have a vaccine, as Invisible Chicken, as Rain is pointing out, has since 2012 has killed. I think it's about. I saw the number. It was like. Now, where did it go? I thought it was about 800,000. Like it was like a really big number. Yeah, let me see if I can find it, because I think the number, like in the last 8 years, is about 800,000 people, which is like a fuck ton, obviously. No, wait. What was that? Because this is saying much lower. Oh, God, this is so hard to pin down. Okay, going to try and pin this down again. Whereas researchers discover MERS has a 65% mortality rate. Yeah, that's not good, is it? Trouble with COVID-19 is it's so infectious, we basically expect everyone to get it. Hey, Annette, how you doing? Kirsten, I'm glad the Applewood stream got hilarious. It looked like, and you actually got what's the bitter taste in my mouth? Nice. That's the Applewood live stream on Facebook, and I think they also do it on Twitch and Instagram. Henry gets people to blind taste an Amaro, and they try and guess where it's from, which is almost impossible because of the hundreds of Amari from around the world. But apparently, Kirsten got it tonight, which is good. Hey, Luke, you just got home? Go home safe and sound? Yeah, sorry, Rain, just to come back to what we were saying about COVID-19, the trouble is if we don't get a vaccine, and we have to this point never gotten a vaccine for a coronavirus, MERS also being a coronavirus, I think, and if it infects, 3/4 of the world's population, you could expect a death toll in the tens of millions. Oh, Kirsten, it was an obscure Australian Amaro, and you actually have it. Nice. Yes. Why am I finding it so hard to get? The summary on Google gives a number on the World Health Organization thing. And then the page makes it really hard. Okay, now it's saying it's only 858. Ooh, it's easy. Okay, AIDS's are having technical problems, but we might. I have a plan B, so yes. Oh, wow, that's getting complicated, Safa. I don't think that's possible. Safa saying it would be good if StreamYard could show the Facebook comments on YouTube. I think that's a problem between Facebook and YouTube. Yeah, it could be more complicated because I could multi-stream. I could be going to Twitch as well, or other platforms as well. To the best of my knowledge, there isn't a thing that lets people watching see it on multiple things. Right, going to look up duck. DuckDuckGo. Okay, let's go to DuckDuckGo. Mer's fatalities. Okay, World Atlas. That's a different site. Common cold. SARS. And the winner's MERS. MERS-CoV. There were more than 2,000. Yeah, okay. No, it's also saying 800. Okay. So over 800 confirmed. So actually, no, it hasn't killed many people at all. Okay. So, yes. So I don't know where you're coming from, right? Because multiple sources, including the World Health Organization, say about 850 deaths. So, and that's since 2012. But it's got a really high fatality rate. If you catch it, you don't want to catch it. You really don't want to catch it. Whereas, yeah, it is true that we still don't really know what the fatality rate for COVID-19 is because we don't have enough information yet. We also don't know really about what do you call it? The complications, the potential complications, because there are very troubling signs about complications. But yes, the scariest thing about COVID-19 is how easy it is to catch. It appears far more communicable than the other coronaviruses we've had to deal with. And as we've learned, you need to go really over the top aggressive with shutdowns to slow the spread. We've seen the result in a couple of Asian countries and in New Zealand and Australia. Like I said, I have this horrible nightmare feeling that over the next month or two, we're going to see in the US what happens when you fail to contain it. A very bad feeling about what's going to happen there. Possibly worse in Brazil, where the fascist Bolsonaro is in aggressive denial about the problem. And to be fair, he would actually want it to ravage the poor population of Brazil and the indigenous population of Brazil. He would be actively happy if the millions in the favelas were absolutely ravaged by COVID-19 because he is garbage. You think Trump's bad. Bolsonaro is someone who has actual fascist ideologies, who worships previous military dictators, saying they didn't kill enough leftists. Like, he's bad fucking news. But yes. Safa, isn't there COVID in Caulfield? Dude, there's been COVID everywhere. There was actually not that far away from me in the early days of the outbreak. There was quite a controversial case. A doctor who ended up testing positive and was still seeing patients between when he got his test and when he got the result back. That was quite controversial. The government was pretty angry at him. And then a bunch of medical professionals took his side and said, hey, fuck off. It's really fucking difficult being a doctor. Annette, yes. Well, I was initially just going to straight up agree that Bolsonaro has nothing holding him back, but he is becoming quite unpopular. It's like people starting to realize what a mistake they've made, and also the level of just blatant open corruption he and his cronies are indulging in seems to be wearing a bit thin on people. So, yes, that's what I think. I like me. I want to make a drink. It's Friday night. I want to drink cocktails. A royal mojito. I'm thinking of a queen's birthday. A royal mojito is a mojito, which is white rum, lime, cane sugar, champagne. I don't fucking like champagne. I don't want to top something with. They can't all just be champagne. A royal smile. I like the sound of that. What's a royal smile? Gin, apple brandy, lemon juice, sugar syrup, grenadine. That actually sounds really nice. That sounds nice. A royal smile. That's a strong contender for the Queen. A gin and tonic royale. Queen apparently likes a gin and tonic, which of course topped with champagne. Of course it is. It's and vanilla. It's gin, tonic, vanilla, and champagne. I don't really want to do a champagne cocktail though. I don't really like champagne. What's a royal cosmopolitan? Is that going to be a Cosmo with champagne? It's a Cosmo with champagne. Okay. Basically knew what was coming. A royal toast. What's a royal toast? Vodka, cherry brandy, and vermouth. And the royal smile's still winning for me. I also like the name. I like the name Royal Smile, actually. Something about that name I quite like. A Royal Bermuda Yacht Club daiquiri or an Apple Black Royal. Those are Bermuda Yacht Club daiquiri, rum, falernum, orange curacao, lime juice. That seems just like a daiquiri to me. Apple Black Royal, creme de mure. I have an Australian creme de mure. Sour apple liqueur, gross. Calvados and champagne. Yeah, no one with fucking champagne. The majority of these ones that have royal in their name have champagne in them. A royalist. There's the sort of thing I'm not going to. Oh, you just noticed my tie. Yes, that's Mao on my tie, which I got for, well, two main reasons. No, three reasons. One is it was cheap. Two is I like it from a design perspective because the designs, that's a black tie and it's with lines of, that's, the picture's made with lines of silver thread of varying thicknesses. And third is I just found it ironically hilarious to have Mao on a business tie. Kirsten, you're working tomorrow. Oh, that's no good. Have a few. I'm not working tomorrow, so I'm going to have a few. So if you're asking, do I think Trump's authoritarian with the National Guard? No, releasing the National Guard is predictable. It's not a particularly poor reflection on Trump. Sending horrific tweets like, if you start looting, we start shooting, that's horrific and offensive, and that is a sign of Trump being really fucked. And then you think I should make a corpse reviver? Is he Dingle Doodle? We seem to be of a like mind. I don't drink wine or champagne. Do you like vermouths, though? I've got a few vermouths. Guessing you're working at a distillery so you can drink at work. Yikes. Oh, wow, that's an interesting one. Dangerously talented. The cops in Minnesota arrested CNN crew, leaving the live stream up. Didn't that tweet get shadow banned? I don't know about shadow banned, but they did put, because Trump had all the shits because they put a fact check under his thing about corruption in postal vote. And they said, this isn't true. Here's true information. And this is when Trump started saying all sorts of deranged shit about he's going to, go after Twitter. And then when he did the you start looting, we start shooting, a bunch of people reported like, this is inciting violence. And Twitter left it up, but with a little tag that said, this tweet does breach our guidelines about glorifying violence, but we feel it's maybe in the public interest for it to stay up, which is real good backhander. I did see that, Soj. Oh, that's your city. You're saying how mayor. I did see that it was, the mayor called the National Guard. Yes, and did actually say that the cops involved in the murder should actually be charged. Like I said, the National Guard is an absolutely predictable thing in significant civil unrest. Trump's fuckery is a completely different thing. What's a royalist cocktail? That's vermouth, bourbon, Benedictine, and peach bitters. Gee, that's not bad. Vermouth. So that's a twist on a Manhattan, basically. Manhattan, but with more vermouth. That was interesting. The history adapted from a recipe from W.J. Tarling, featured in his 1937 The Cafe Royal cocktail book. And he called for his drink to be shaken rather than stirred, and used half dry martini vermouth, quarter bourbon, quarter Benedictine. Diffords recommend 1.5 shots of vermouth, 1 shot whiskey, bourbon, 3/4 shot Benedictine, and a dash of peach bitters. Oh, that's possible. Royal Smile or Royalist. A Southside Royal. That's probably going to be another gin one. Queen likes a gin. Gin, lemon juice, and champagne. Yes, I want a champagne one. Martini Royale. A Royal Nail. That's an interesting one. What the heck is a Royal Nail? Scotch, Drambuie, and bitters. 2 shots of single malt, half shot Drambuie, dash of Creole bitters. It's an interesting one. A Royal Velvet Margarita. Tequila, Amaretto, black raspberry liqueur. Well, I could Ossify that up. I mean, I'd keep the tequila, but instead of amaretto, I could do mac, which is an Australian macadamia liqueur. Amaretto is an almond liqueur. And black raspberry, I've got an Australian raspberry liqueur. Mur. And a shot of lime juice. Ooh. Oh, geez, now that's really tempting. That's really tempting. Oh, Luke, what do I think of the police shooting in Melbourne? Yeah, that's a fun one. That looked dodgy AF to me. They're talking about there's a guy with I mean, I'd reserve judgment before knowing what happened. But it's talking about a guy having a mental health episode, being shot dead by the cops. And yeah, the first thing you think is, really? Non-lethal methods failed? Really? And they say he came at them with a knife, so they shot him dead. And there's an element of, okay. Yeah, that doesn't happen very often in Australia, but it's kind of, Safa, that's a good Freudian slip. People didn't root when that Australian lady was shot. But also that cop was charged, convicted, if I remember rightly. Yeah, okay, but that's also a different thing. It was a wrong thing by all accounts. It was a wrong thing, but it wasn't part of an ongoing pattern of extreme racist cop violence. It was, and again, I don't know the details of that one, but it always felt very odd. Yeah, I'd hesitate to say too much about it because I never went really deeply into the details of it, but it always looked really fucking odd. Should I be like the Queen if I'm making stuff for the Queen's long weekend and make a bunch of cocktails on the theory that the Queen has 4 drinks a day, even though she doesn't? That was right, Soch. That was the bit that I remember. I'd forgotten, but that was really weird. The lady, she called the cops, and the cops showed up, but ended up shooting her. It was so strange. Catherine, yes, it does feel like the world's gone nuts, quite honestly. Maybe I should do a bunch of royal cocktails and be like the Queen and get really sloshed. A Pimm's Royale. Okay, this is the Royal Legacy. That sounds good too. What's in a Pimm's Royale? Fruit cup liqueur, orange curacao. Okay, Pimm's, curacao, and Brut. I don't want champagne. Okay, this is the last one I'm going to look up. The Royal Legacy. It's a Royal Legacy. Bacardi. Vermouth. Special ingredient number 1. Chocolate bitters and plum bitters. Martini Bianco infused with dates. Cut dates in half and hand press. Add into liquid and infuse for 4 days. Well, I'm not making that. I don't have it 4 days. It's an interesting sounding one, though. White vermouth infused with dates. Wow. I mean, that's an interesting concept. Luke, can I mute a Facebook chat? Because the guy from work keeps inboxing me. I think you can just block people. Oh, you don't want to block him? You only want to mute him? I don't know. So looking at what happened with this woman who got shot at the time. So for your memory, she touched the cop's car and spooked the cop. For some reason, he shot her. So she's saying the cop reached over his partner from inside the car to shoot her. Only thing new training has apparently done is make them use things other than their guns. So yeah, it was just a very strange channel. Yes. Musical Aid, you just you block and ghost. Yeah, possibly. Yes, Catherine. My cocktail channel is about experimenting. So I don't know. Maybe I should. Yeah, the joke about the Queen being a pisshead. Make a couple of royal cocktails for the Queen's birthday weekend. Okay, what else is happening next week though? So I want something a bit a bit sooner. Okay. All right. I'm going to try and find an event. Or not. I mean, this is the other chair. I got Death Star ice molds, which makes me just want to invent a drink and call it the Death Star. Next Monday is the Queen's birthday. Like not this coming Monday, the Monday after is the Queen's birthday. So I'll make Queen cocktails, put it up on, say, the Thursday, give people some ideas for things to drink on the Queen's birthday long weekend. Really wanted to do some Irish, because last night when I looked up the Irish whiskey cocktails, they were good. I want an excuse to make some. World Environment Day, 5th June. Which day of the week? That's Friday. Okay. World Environment Day. Drinking a green destiny. What's a green destiny? Okay, so what's June 4? The green destiny, a cucumber, a kiwi fruit, vodka, and apple juice, and sugar syrup. It's vodka and apple juice. Okay, cool. That doesn't sound very interesting. Cognac Day. Okay, I should do something for Cognac Day. Oh, the one I made last night. That was because I liked it so much. That's what made me the Parlez-vous Irish, because it's cognac and Irish whiskey. And I was getting my friend who speaks the Irish language, Franklin, yes. Oh my God, that is super surreal, Brew. I should play the video you made for me. Because I will have to actually, because I want to get the name right. The drink that made me ask you how to say, do you speak Irish? The drink is half cognac, half Irish whiskey, and they call it a Parlez-vous Irish. And I thought, well, that's dumb. Why say Irish in English and Parlez-vous in French? So I want to be Parlez-vous Gaelic. I'm going to have to practice. I should have practiced, and I can't make that video tonight. If I might do it on Sunday because I got date night tomorrow night. So do I approve of the Death Stick cocktail? I'm not familiar with the Death Stick cocktail. Annette, you raise a good point. The Queen liking Scotland. She also likes gin. So that one's a gin cocktail. I just like the Royal Velvet Margarita because I could Aussify it. Instead of tequila, amaretto, and black raspberry liqueur, tequila, macadamia liqueur, and an Aussie Muir liqueur. This one, the Royal Nail, that's the perfect one. It's Scotch and Drambuie, and Drambuie is a Scotch liqueur, and Creole bitters. Okay, I'm going to be a pisshead like the Queen. Make a Royal Nail, a Royal, an Aussie Royal Velvet, a Royal Aussie Margarita, and a Royal Smile, just because I like the sound of the Royal Smile. It sounds like a good drink, actually. Mmm. She does love the horsies as well, Annette. Isn't the Queen 50% Scottish? I don't know, she's 50% German. Luke, love is in the air tomorrow. Oh, for my date night. Yes. Yes, definitely. Yeah, no, okay. I'll do the Queen ones tonight because Franklin actually sent me a video teaching me how to say, "Do you speak Irish?" And I really just wanted the Gaelic, and I'm sure I'm pronouncing that wrong. Oh, Catherine, there's definitely a drink called a tequila mockingbird. And there's probably a few variations of it. So the Difford's tequila mockingbird is tequila, creme de menthe. Yeah, most of the recipes have creme de menthe in it. So a popular recipe for tequila mockingbird is tequila, like 2 shots tequila, half shot creme de menthe, half shot lime juice, third a shot of sugar syrup. So yes, people love puns. So yes, tequila mockingbird definitely exists. And the Scots apparently consider her mother 100% Scot, and therefore the Queen's theirs too. Okay. Yeah, Kirsten, people love literary pun drinks. In fact, do a Google search. Cocktails with literary puns, and there are a huge number of them. All right, I'm going to set up. I'm going to do the Queen ones, and okay, mainly because I want to make some drinks. All right. It's very late on a Friday and I haven't had a drink yet. Want to make some space, want to chill some coops. All right. There's some space in that there freezer. And I've got to get one more coupe glass, which I think is over here. Okay, my stirring glass, I'm going to want that. Coupe glass, I'm going to want that. Let me get all this stuff together. Is that going to fit in there? It is. All right. I'm going to chill 3 glasses while I get my shiz together. Mixing glass. Clear a bit of space over here. Over here. Now, let me consult this for a little while. Need some corgis, or dorgies, as it turned out. The Queen crossbred a corgi with a dachshund and called it a dorgie. Okay, so the royal nail is stirred. The royal Aussie margarita is shaken. And the royal smile's shaken. So let's start getting some shit together. Okay, so we want gin. We want Reposado tequila. What's the first two? Royal Smile Carol Vardos and Grenadine. Okay. Applejack. There's my Applejack. Mac. And where's the myrrh? Oh, the myrrh's right there. Okay. Getting it all together. Make a whole bunch of things. Okay, so lemon juice and grenadine. Amaretto, black raspberry. Yep, you three go together. Lime juice I have. Royal Nail is Scotch and Drambuie and Creole bitters. Scotch, Drambuie, and some special Creole bitters. The kind people at the Bitters Lab gave me, because they're such a good customer of our stuff. A Bitter Truth Creole bitters. They're German, aren't they? Bottled by the Bitter Truth. Germany. Yeah, royal family's German. So now I want lemon juice. And I want lime juice. And I want grenadine. Homemade grenadine. Okay, lemon juice, lime juice. Now let's double check. I want the bitters. This one got all those ingredients. And this one, sugar syrup. I will just use, yes, my agave. All right, I've got all the ingredients. I want my shaker. What order should I make them in? Okay, I think the Royal Smile is the mildest. I should make it first. And all right. Oh God, why is the cursor always so hard to see on this fucking laptop? Honestly. Right. Yes, Safra, I'll have a cocktail party, I think. Yes, look, the bitters from Germany, the land of chocolate. That's the next. I'm going to do some experiments coming up. Let's see if there's any sort of chocolate commemorations coming up, because there's a couple of really popular cocktails that have coffee in them, and I fucking hate coffee. Just do not like coffee at all. I'm thinking particularly of espresso martini and White Russian or Black Russian. You know, White Russian's more fun because then you make all references about the dude. The dude abides. And what I was thinking of doing is experimenting with substituting chocolate, as in, like, you know, a proper high cacao, you know, bitter drinking chocolate, because, you know, coffee's bitter, chocolate's bitter, but I can tolerate chocolate. So actually making sort of a strong chocolate drink and swapping that out of some traditional coffee-based cocktails like the White Russian and the espresso martini. So that's something that is something I'm going to. Safi, you're a White Russian. Do you taste like alcohol? Don't know, dude. You're a Russian. There's a certain reputation there. So straighten up my tie. All right. So I have my bitses and pieces. Right. Shaker. Royal Smile. Shake it like a Polaroid picture. Okay. Franklin, yeah, you hate coffee? Hate coffee chocolate? Yep. Yep. Anything coffee flavored. Just don't love it though. Yeah, Franklin, you like a cup of tea? You know what I've been using tea in? I've been making drinks based on traditional milk punches, where you make a spirituous beverage, and it has to have an acid content like fruit juice, and you pour it into milk, and it makes the milk curdle, but then you put it through a coffee filter, and the curds act like an additional filter, and it filters a lot of the color out of the drink and harsh edges. And tea is a popular component in milk punches, and doing the milk clarifying tends to really take the edge off, like the tannins in the tea, but you still get, like, there's one here. Shoot a brick. This one looks like a urine sample on someone who needs to hydrate a bit more. This is a Mimi's milk punch. Before I put it through the milk clarification, this was basically black because it had black tea in it and brandy and rum. I think it's brandy and rum. So it was very dark, but the clarifying process makes it really nice and clear, and also a much lighter color. It looks a bit orange on the monitor. It's actually lighter in real life. I'm so paranoid that's going to fall in the fridge. It's a silly tall bottle. Yeah. What does that look? A hack for Zoom. Cut a tea bag string off, tape it to the cup so you can drink while in a meeting. People don't know what's in your mug. Yeah, but I like the additional visual deception of having the tea bag label sticking out. Safi, you think as an Aussie Russian, someone has to do a beer-flavored vodka for you? Oh, that's interesting. Visible Tricky, you think maybe the color of dark chocolate to make a Death Star drink? What you mean, to simulate the dark side of the Force? I can see that. I was thinking, red is like the color of Sith lightsabers. Make a red drink to be a Death Star. Because there's lots of cocktail recipes out there, that people call the Death Star, and they're all really different. Some of them are very strong, some less so. So, going to work, north of the city at least, getting a ride from a co-worker. Oh, dude, stay safe, stay safe. Wild things happening in your city, man, so just stay safe. Dingle Doodle, you've been experimenting with beer cocktails. See, I don't like beer, but there are a lot of beer cocktails that people swear by. Because you go the opposite way, drink water out of a gin bottle. I like that. That's got a particular style to it that I'm on board with. God damn, where can I put this? I'm so paranoid it's gonna fall over. You know what? It's not gonna leak. I'm gonna put it down here for now. Just really paranoid. Okay, so I've got all this. Oh, I need to get my camera. So bear with me. I'll be back. Oh. Okay, so just keep you posted. It's all coming together. I've got my tripod. I was just going to get the camera and audio recorder. Right. Audio recorder. Camera. I'm going to put the camera on the tripod. This is my camera for anyone who was wondering. A Sony Handycam. Can shoot in 4K, but I can't edit in 4K. So I shoot at a much lower resolution than that. All right. Put that up there. Hey, I'm just going to show you something. It's mostly gone now. Young Mr. Angry made a cake. You appreciate how good it looks. It was going to be a strawberry shortcake, and they didn't have any strawberries in the supermarket, so he's just made it a berry shortcake. And those are bits of Tim Tam and the cream. It's very good. I had a piece. It's very good. Just thought I'd share that with you. Right. So I've got to do a couple of things. Got to close this cortan. Really can get this to you. Oh, I forgot. I'd moved those chairs. God damn the pusher man. Right. This has made my life more difficult than it was before, but alright. No, go there. Go there, you go there. Bloody hell. Making my own life difficult. Jesus. Okay, come on. Oh, for God's sake. Oh my God. Believe how difficult I made my life. Oh, Faith and Bagara. Okay. Oh my God. Frankly, you've got to go. Dude, thanks for dropping in. You got in just the right time. I'm going to make that Irish whiskey cocktail another day. Sorry, because I'm still getting a laugh out of you drinking water out of various beverage bottles in work meetings. I like that. Right. I've got all things now. I've got to switch these fridges off before they sing the song of their people. Someone remind me to switch the fridges back on when I finish, because I have a bad habit of forgetting. So it's like this one. Ugh. Ow, my knees. Ow. Oh, I'm old. This hurts. Oh. Okay. That one. Oh, God almighty. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Okay. That wasn't fun. That was not fun. Oh, trusty Triumph. You feel better knowing you're not the only one who makes life harder for yourself. Oh, yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing, my friend. Right. I think I'm ready to go. So the first one I'm going to make is the Royal Smile, which I need the gin, the applejack, lemon juice, sugar syrup, grenadine. Cool. Okay. Oof. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm ready to go. Looking at it. Okay, let's. Maybe the camera is still framed up from the last time I used it. That would make my life easy. Oh Jesus, that was disconcerting. Yeah, it is. It's pretty much framed up. Okay. Ready to go. All right, so This will be fun. You all get to see the outtakes. I'll do this so you can see. Oh, yes. Come over to YouTube so we can chat, Kirsten. Luke, going to open up the streams. I might, when I finish the video, it'd be fun to have some drinks and talk with people. So you get to see all the outtakes. I'm going to edit it. So, okay, ready to go. G'day, cocktail lovers. How are you? I hope you're keeping well. Hey, do you have a special occasion this weekend? In Australia, this is a long weekend coming up to mark the Queen's birthday. Now, it isn't actually the Queen's birthday, that's another date, but it's simply a declared public holiday to commemorate the Queen's birthday. And when she pops her clogs, it'll be the King's birthday. Long weekend. And when, in some bright and shining future, we throw off the shackles of the ridiculous, outdated concept that is the monarchy, it'll be Republic Day. And, look forward to that. But at the moment, it's a weekend and it's a long weekend. So let's have a few drinks. I thought I'd theme them around the royal theme for the Queen's birthday long weekend, not least because the Queen has a reputation of being a pisshead. There was a story that circulated a few years ago, was attributed to the Queen's cousin, saying that, oh yeah, she has like 4 alcoholic beverages every single day, like a cocktail before lunch, a drink with lunch, and then a cocktail and a champagne at dinner time before going to bed, which would technically classify her as a binge drinker if she did that every single day. The story was subsequently denied by members of the royal household. I think it was a guy who had been a chef, said that may have gotten sort of confused because I was asked once, what did the Queen like to drink? And I said, oh, sometimes in the the morning she'll have a gin and dubonnet, and she'll have a nice wine or possibly champagne with lunch, and she likes a gin cocktail in the evenings and maybe a champagne as well. And that got translated into she does all 4 every day. She's a pisshead, so was her mum, and I'm going to celebrate with that. I basically did a search on some cocktails that had royal in the title and found some I liked the sound of. There's a weird thing often with cocktails that are whatever, royal or royale, just means they've got champagne in them. And I don't particularly like champagne, and I also think that's a cheap and easy out. So I found 3 cocktails. Hey, maybe you want to try them this weekend, whether or not you're celebrating the Queen's birthday long weekend. It's an excuse, it's a weekend, time to have a couple drinks, starting with one called the Royal Smile. Luke, does the Queen do the Christmas message drunk? Yes, definitely, no doubt. Okay, Royal Smile, gin. London Dry gin. Where's my jigger? I got everything but my jigger, and I probably need my stirring spoon as well. Stirring spoon. And I did not put ice in my jigger, which needs ice. Ooh, emptying an ice cube tray. Silicon ice cube trays, put a big one in there. That's what she said. And some little ones too. I really have to replenish my ice after this. Okay. So, okay, first up. If you know anything about the Queen, you'll know she likes gin. I think Gordon's London Dry actually has the royal seal on it. I don't have Gordon's, but I do have some Tanqueray London Dry. This drink has a 1 ounce or 30 mils of London Dry gin. We're also adding 1 shot of apple brandy. You could use Calvados, which is the French apple brandy. This is an American Applejack, so 30 mils of that to go in. We're also adding 1/2 ounce of lemon juice. And just a small amount of sugar syrup. I'm using an agave syrup. You want about 1/4 ounce of sugar syrup. And lastly, I'm adding a 1/2 ounce, 15 mils of homemade grenadine or pomegranate syrup. Ugh, don't have my strainer either. I always forget something. Right, also better get the first glass out of the freezer. This one. Yeah. We give all those ingredients a nice shake till they're good and cold. I like these metal shakers because when they get too cold to hold, that's a good sign you've chilled your drink sufficiently. We're going to strain this into a chilled coupe glass. Looking good. Give it a taste. Ooh. I'm glad I only put a little bit of the sugar syrup in there because it's quite sweet. Oh, it really works though. The apple notes from the Applejack. Still got the gin in there. And actually, the homemade grenadine is good. If you want to make your own grenadine, it's really simple. Just get pure pomegranate juice and add 50% pomegranate juice, 50% sugar. You can put it on low simmer on a stove to help dissolve it. Or if you're really patient, just keep stirring it when it's cold. But it's much better than store-bought. And overall, that makes the Royal smile. A very nice drink. Oh, God, that's really good. Bit sweet, which I don't mind at all. Okay. Second shaken cocktail. The Royal Aussie Margarita. Okay. Our next Royal celebration beverage is a margarita. I found a recipe called the Royal Velvet Margarita, and I'm Aussifying it up a bit. It had amaretto, which is an almond liqueur that I'm going to replace with an Australian macadamia liqueur, and it's also said to use a black raspberry liqueur, and I have an Australian black raspberry liqueur. So this is going to be a Royal Aussie Margarita. No big surprises for margarita. Here comes the tequila. 2 ounces or 60 mils of Reposado tequila. We're also going to add 15 mils, half an ounce of the nut liqueur. As I said, the recipe I found said amaretto. I'm using MAC, an Australian macadamia nut liqueur. It is very good. Half an ounce into the shaker. And for the black raspberry component, half an ounce, 15 mils of this myrrh, which is a marionette. It's an Australian blackberry liqueur. There are versions of cherry, black. Cherry's going to be quite different, but black raspberry, blackberry, myrrh around the world. I'm just being patriotic and using Australian. Our final touch is 1 ounce, 30 mils of fresh lime juice. And then we're going to give this a shake. Shake your booty. That's cold. We strain our Royal Aussie Margarita into a chilled coupe glass, or whatever glass you have handy, whatever glass you think suits it. Got a really nice blackberry colour coming in there. Oh yeah, that's a margarita with a twist, that one. That is good. Oh, the flavours sort of come in waves. You really get the lime. It's a fair whack of lime, and it could possibly do with slightly less lime in it. Obviously, the tequila holds its own, but then you later on get the blackberry and the macadamia flavours. A nice ossified recipe, this one. Put that down. Now, stirring the last one. Our final royal cocktail is a stirred drink and is bringing some of the Queen's heritage. She's quite proud of her Scottish links, so of course we had to have a drink with some scotch in it. This one's called a Royal Nail, and it starts off like it means business with 2 shots of Scotch whiskey. Single malt Highland if you're feeling really fancy. Fuck, nearly dropped it. We also have a half. I'll try that again. We also have half a shot of Drambuie, which if you're unfamiliar, got so far, and then I started making mistakes. All right. We also have half a shot of Drambuie. If you're not familiar, that's actually a Scotch whiskey liqueur. It's mixed with herbs and honey. So we're keeping very much to the Scottish Highlands with this one. The final touch is a dash of Creole style. I said that wrong. I only had sips of those cocktails, honestly. The final touch is a dash of Creole style bitters. I'm using Creole bitters from the makers of The Bitter Truth. I got this from the very friendly people at the Bitters Lab here in Melbourne. And The Bitter Truth is made in Germany. And that's quite fitting since the British royal family is half German anyway. So, it only comes out in drops. But a dash of Creole style bitters. Now we give that a stir. Want to chill it. A little bit of dilution. Get those flavors active. That's pretty good. Once more, straining this into a chilled coupe glass. Lovely sort of light amber color going on here. Obviously could be a bit different depending what Scotch you use in there. It's really good. Like 2 shots of Scotch, you would think the Scotch is all you could taste. But just that little bit of Drambuie and just a dash of the Creole style bitters just brings different flavor notes in there as well. A very nice drink and all. I hope you found some inspiration for your weekend drinking in there. Had a lot of fun making these, and heck, now I'm going to switch the camera off and I get to drink them all rather than just sip them. So that's making a good weekend for me as well. I hope you take care of yourself. Hope you enjoyed this. Please, if you're not already subscribed, subscribe to the channel. Do the little bell notification so you know when I've uploaded. Let me know if you're trying any of these, or what your preferred long weekend tipple is. Whether you're a royalist or a Republican, I'd love to hear from you. Hope to see you again soon. Goodbye for now. I'll leave you with cheers. All right, we're done. Okay, and move some things so I can sit down and get back to chatting. Well, that's fun. I'm glad I did that. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, stop the recorders. Stop the recordings. Stop the recordings. Don't know why I'm sort of doing Ride of the Valkyries there. Right. Let me sit down. Creole style bitters, you go over there. Got your lid on. Everything else has got its lid on. That's good. All right, where are we? Oh, I got to get back. Okay, I'm going to do my top button again. Okay. So what did I miss? I was doing so well, I dropped it. Kirsten, I am when I use up. Well, we had this discussion. When I think the bourbon I'm going to use up first, I am definitely getting an Australian whiskey next time. I think you were recommending the Starward Twofold. I'm going to do that. My first time you come in. How you doing, buddy? Oh, we're talking about living in Scotland as well. Dingle Doty living in Inverness. Okay. I visited Edinburgh. I spent a couple nights in Edinburgh and did a bit of exploring. That's as far as I made it into Scotland on a road trip I did. Safa, Kirsten's in the YouTube chat at the moment, so she would have seen your question. Do you speak Russian, Kirsten? Glenn, do you think I'm multitasking as well as anything else? Thanks, mate. Rain, going to see live editing. That's boring. That's just me with headphones on tracking. No, the video will go live like Thursday next week for the long weekend. I'm not going to do a live stream tomorrow because I have date night. But I'll probably do one on Sunday because I got to do this Irish one. Trusty, how would I rate the Bitter Truth? It's pretty good. I've got more than one product from the Bitter Truth. Actually, they is a little sample bottle because I'm a semi-regular at the Bitters Lab, and they threw this in with my last purchase. I'm sure I've got another bit. I've got so much bitters there. I think I've got some other. I've got. That's right. This one. This is not actually bitters. It's made by the Bitter Truth. It's a rosewater flavoring for cocktails. It's not bitters as such. It has no alcohol in it, but it's a rosewater flavoring, which is good for a lot of cocktails. So what do I think about the robo-debt decision? For those who don't know, the scumfucks in the federal government had launched this wrong and vindictive campaign to persecute a lot of people on benefits and say, you owe us money. And they were wrong in the overwhelming majority of cases because they used an incredibly spurious way of calculating whether people owed the money. But they were wrong in every case in the way they behaved. It drove some people to suicide, and it just was horribly stressful. And they're finally back down because they were completely wrong, because they knew there was a legal firm that was getting together a class action lawsuit, and they knew they were going to lose because they were wrong. They were purely and simply wrong. So they've said, oh, we're paying back all the money that we illegally got on this robo-debt scheme. It's like $700 million. It's just fucking hell. It is. And yeah, look, it's class warfare. Absolutely. The fucking Liberals are going hard for the class warfare. Oh, that's my margarita. Royal Aussie margarita. Very good. I take it back. I said before it might have had too much lime. Oh, God, it's good. Love it. 3 good cocktails. Nice. Oh, feeling good. Yes, I'm not going to neck these. Got to enjoy the cocktails. They're sippers, not thing. So for what flavor is a cocktail? Weren't you paying attention? This one is a margarita. So it's tequila, lime, macadamia liqueur, and blackberry liqueur. That's very good. And this one's gin and apple brandy, and has no wait. This is the Scotch one. I'm getting confused. So this one's Scotch and Drambuie. Oh, it's good. So yeah, the profile of these three are all really different, which is great. This is the one with the blackberry in it. I'm confused. I've managed to confuse myself. This is obviously the tequila one. Okay. I'm easily confused. I'm just throwing it out there. Oh, Safi, you'd gone out to lock up your car. That's fair. On my first time, there were definitely suicides because of the Robodebt scheme, and because they were also harassing people on sickness benefits. There were a record of quite a number of people on sickness benefits who died because they were getting their payments cut off with this absolute bullshit. So the Robodebt scheme was deeply evil and illegal, and now they're going to pay off $700 million they owe people. They're fucking scum. They really are. And it's having another hot toddy. Nice. So yes, and it's not surprising when I've got three on the go, I'm confused. So that's the Scotch one. This is the Royal Smile. Possibly my favorite. It's very sweet. Possibly my favorite. And this is the Margarita. This one's probably the most complex of the three. You got the smokiness from the tequila, and under that, the lime and the blackberry and the macadamia. You probably get away with doing slightly less tequila and putting some mezcal in it to make it really, really smoky. That might work, actually. Oh, Safa, nice pun. Who's this hot toddy? Is he your pool boy? Nice. No, look, that the Robodebt thing definitely targeted some people who are on disability payments. A lot of people who are on unemployment benefits, but definitely targeted people who are on disability support as well. It was just fucking evil. Oh, sorry. I get what you're saying, Safa, is the pizza margarita and the cocktail margarita spelt the same way. Probably just depends who spells it, but technically because the pizza spelling is Italian and the drink spelling is Spanish, could be slightly different. I think often the pizza spelling has an H in there, like it's Margharita. So I think there's possibly a slight difference in the spelling because the pizza spelling is Italian and the drink spelling is Espanol. Yes, Dingle Doodle, I'm doing triple fisting. Hey. He goes angry, asking for trouble. I should have posed for a picture like this. Yeah. Maybe I'll try and take a screenshot of that later. Triple fisting. They're all good, but I'd probably rate them number 1, the Royal Smile, number 2, the Royal Nail, and number 3, the Royal Margarita. Was this one? This was gin and apple brandy. Very nice. Yeah, and this is the Scotchy Drambuie one. I love just having. I didn't really plan it that much, but 3 cocktails with 3 really different flavor profiles is very good. Yes, Luke, that was a bit of a story. The woman in Adelaide who died because of a disability care worker, and is not good. All the reports of that was that it was not good. Like it's quite the scandal. The treatment was so bad. So I picked the Royal Smile just because I liked its name, but it's good. The gin, Calvados, lemon juice, sugar syrup, and homemade grenadine. It's good. It's good. Really big this color, but I like just randomly choosing things and it working out well. Ooh, brandy hot toddy for Annette. Yes. Smell of happiness and comfort on a winter night. I don't often do the hot or warm alcoholic beverages, but yeah, that's the mulled cider. I'm not really a wine drinker, but mulled cider is good. Get some really aromatic herbs, like a really aromatic tea, maybe, and heat up the cider in a pot with some really aromatic herbs. Sometimes simple as a tea bag will do it, and it's a very nice drink on a winter's evening. So if you're in 2020 is the scariest year you've lived in, I reckon you're right, man. Just the combination of a global pandemic that we basically had, like World War III scares. Fucking America now looks like it's on the brink of some sort of revolution. What the fuck else? Well, we are facing a really, really significant and drawn out economic impact, probably going to last years as a result of COVID-19. And there's a lot to be scared of this year. It's pretty fucked. Luke, do I drink? I drink port. I've got a port somewhere here. It's I haven't had port for a while, but a good port, just a little sniff down, just sit there, and a little sip of port. That's pretty good. That's it. Invisible chicken, China and Hong Kong. That's another thing to be freaked out about. What China's doing. Yeah, and I get you drawing the parallel with the LA riots, and nothing much came of them. But the world has changed a lot since the LA riots, and I think it's important to note these people torched a police station. They drove the police out. The police retreated. The police got the fuck out of Dodge, and their station got torched. That's different. And what's going to happen there? Mofos only be making some podcasts, covering cooperative business models. Nice. I got really slack and stopped making my podcast, which is funny because everyone's joking about during our isolation, too many people are making podcasts, and I stopped. I haven't put an episode up since February because I'm slack as fuck. I've been doing these. These have been my version of a podcast, just hanging out on live streams. And did I see at the same time hundreds of cops were at the murderer's house protecting it? It's not hugely surprising. I don't know exactly what happened there. So could the cops use live streams to jail people? No, because everyone had their face covered. It's really funny because in a lot of these things with protests, they try and arrest people just for wearing masks and say they're the troublemakers. But of course, because of COVID-19, everyone's meant to be wearing a mask. So everyone in the protest was wearing masks. So, yeah. Professor, and you reckon with all the cats on Instagram, it's time for cats podcasts? Possibly. So if you are right, the cops and the feds do have the ability to track the SIM cards in people's phones. I don't know how many. Well, I think most of the protesters would have had their phone with them. But yeah, I don't know. There was a fuckload of people there. I don't know what they're going to do. See, the bit that is different that concerns me, and I was talking about this in the other live stream, is the right-wing militia types who've jumped on board and said, yeah, we're with solidarity about this cop murder. We're so opposed to cop murders. Now we want to shoot some cops. These right-wing militia types who have this expressed desire to cause a second American Civil War because they think the existing power structure needs to be overthrown. And they are regularly looking for opportunities to instigate armed conflict with the authorities. And these right-wing types were very, very busy on right-wing chat networks like Gab and Telegram about trying to get involved in what was happening in the Black Lives Matter one. And they seemed to be saying that they are also genuinely outraged that an unarmed black man was murdered by these cops. And I think some of them are probably sincere in that, and some of them are just opportunistic. Because some of them, a lot of them are racist as fuck. But they've said repeatedly what they want is for the cops to fire live rounds at protesters because they regard that as justification to fire live rounds at cops. I don't think that has happened yet, but the whole situation's unprecedented. Really, well. Yes, Glee, Trump's. Well, again, there's a clarification. It's not so much Trump's. We're a National Guard, but the mayor, I think the mayor or the governor had already said they need to call in the National Guard because there's a constitutional thing in America. The army is not allowed to be active on American soil. So they have a military reservist group called the National Guard, and they are constitutionally allowed to be military law enforcement on American soil. Savano, I don't believe Australia has an equivalent National Guard. We have an Army Reserve, but I don't think they fill the same role as the National Guard. I think they are literally just reservists for the Army who can get called up. That's an interesting question, Luke. Is Anonymous in it yet? I have not seen any references to Anonymous preaching that they're actively involved in it. I don't know. I just haven't seen it. Staff of the Army Reserve got called in to help with fires in summer. That's true. That is true. But you can also, again, Australia's laws are very different to the US. The US has this thing in the Constitution that the army is not allowed to be engaged against the citizenry on American soil. I don't know if we have rules like that in Australia. We have much more police statey laws in Australia. But in practice, things tend to be a bit better here. Whereas in America, they have this delusion of, oh, we're protected by the Constitution, and you got as much protection as the people in power want to give you. Oh yes, after the smoke was, God, we've forgotten how bad the smoke was. I'd forgotten how bad the smoke was. We got away from most of it in Melbourne. We were very lucky. Of all the major cities, we were by far the luckiest. It was quite wild how little we were affected. There was only, I don't know, half a dozen days with bad smoke in Melbourne. Whereas, places like Sydney and Canberra and Newcastle and Adelaide were like weeks on end of really bad smoke. It's terrible. I'm really worried about this summer because the prediction for this winter is colder and wetter than recent winter. So we're going to get lots of rain, so lots of growth, lots of new growth, lots of undergrowth. And then if the rain stops in spring and in summer and it gets really fucking hot again and just dries out all this fresh undergrowth, you've got all this fucking fuel for another fucking summer of fires. Oh my God, I hope so much last summer's fucking mega fires was a one-off. I mean, the worst fucking nightmare is that's every summer from now, because that's not sustainable. Human life is not compatible with fires on that scale and the smoke pollution that comes from it. It's just not compatible with it. So, yeah. Oh, God, that's good memory, Musical Aviator. When the RAF was told to take photographs of Franklin Dam protesters. God, that's a good memory. I agree. We'll never know how many people died because of complications from that fucking smoke, but 400's a conservative estimate. It's so high. Yeah, Dingle Jr., thank you for the good wishes, man. I really hope last summer's fires were a one-off. If that's every summer from now on, that's just not compatible with human. Oh, and I know it's going to happen again. It's like a warning of what will happen every summer unless we take fairly radical action. I just mean if it happens this summer again, without radical action in 50 years, that's every summer, possibly in 20 years. So, yeah. Yeah, but Jesus, ugh. I'd forgotten how bad those fires were. That's the other bad thing about this year. Of course, man, this one tastes like honey. God, it's really good. God damn. Oh. And the Scotchy one is good in a different way. Those two, of the three, those two, I definitely like them quite a bit more than the margarita one. Margarita is not a big drink for me. It was good, but these two, like if I was rating them out of 10, margaritas 6.5, 7 out of 10. That's pretty good. I'll do it again. But this is like an 8 out of 10. And I don't know, this is really close to a 9 out of 10. My normal scale, if I rank cocktails, 6 out of 10 is that's okay, but I'm not getting it again. Less than 6 out of 10 mean, oh my God, I wasted, like if I buy it, if I'm out somewhere and get one and it's less than 6 out of 10, it's like, oh my God, that was a waste of money. That was a terrible drink. 6 out of 10 is, that's okay, but I'm not getting it again. 7 out of 10 is, I wouldn't mind that again. 8 out of 10 is definitely get it again. 9 out of 10 is, oh, I want another one right now. Safa, there's the personal question. How much does Mrs. Angry drink compared to me? Much, much less. Although if we have a night out, we will have 2 or 3 cocktails each. On a night out, we'll drink the same. I tend to drink more at home than her. Whoa. Oh, Glee. No. People should not have laughed at you for buying the proper filtering mask and an air purifier. Oh no. That was an absolute necessity if you have any sort of respiratory problems at all. Look, what we were saying next New Year's Eve, just like something along the lines of, fuck me, I hope this year's better. Safa, my kids are adults. Who looks after the kids on date night? The date night was, because again, blended household. I have 2 kids from a former relationship. Mrs. Angry has 1 kid with a former partner. And so they spend half the time here and half the time at their other parents' place. Date night was structured to happen on a night when none of them were here. Now it doesn't matter as much because, God, that cake, young Mr. Angry made himself for his birthday. He's about to turn 20, so he's not even a teenager anymore. Young Mrs. Angry's lad is in year 12, so he's not 18 yet. But they can all look after themselves. There you go. Oh, Luke, Mrs. Angry definitely sees the bad side of drinking at work. She's seen just alcoholics who have ruined their lives. Those who don't know, Mrs. Angry is a counselor and a therapist. And yes, she's definitely seen the bad side of it. Safa, your sister at 19 is legally an adult. Yes. Whether she behaves like an adult is another thing. I see people all the time who are in their 30s, 40s, and 50s who don't behave like adults. They behave like petulant fucking children. And every now and then you get much younger people who show a lot of maturity. Maturity is not necessarily directly correlated to age. And some people regress. They might hit a certain level of adultness and time goes by and they regress and get worse. So, well, that's a good question, Safa. Is the drinking age of 21 in the US a good thing or a bad thing? Well, for a start, they all ignore it. So, I think you will get the majority of health professionals saying the later someone starts drinking, the better. Because if someone starts drinking, particularly if they start drinking regularly when they're a teenager, there is a much higher risk of damage to brain development. There is a much higher risk of addiction, alcoholism. So you would definitely have health professionals telling you that maybe people not drinking until they're 21 is much better than them starting drinking when they're 18. But the question is, does that 21 drinking age actually do anything? Yeah, and that's also the big thing, Toriana. The idea that you can't drink at 18, but you can be sent off to war at 18 is quite ridiculous. Kirsten, your husband didn't start drinking until he's 29. I didn't start drinking seriously until about 10 years ago. I used to basically not drink at all. And then I started drinking a bit, I don't know, about 15 years ago. And probably only, started drinking regularly about 10 years ago. So, yeah. I love that, Kirsten. Your husband never used to drink, and now you have a massive alcohol addiction, and he refuses to drink the cheap stuff. You've spoiled his palate. Spoiled his palate there. So, Russia, the drinking age. I don't know if there's anywhere that has an official drinking age lower than 18. I know lots of places have an age of consent that's much lower than 18. Don't know that anywhere has a legal drinking age that's less than 18. But again, I don't know. I'm not asserting that nowhere does. I'm just saying I don't know. Luke, you started at 18. Your dad got you onto it. My dad probably put me off it because my dad was somewhat of an alcoholic. Not the. There are varying types of alcoholics, and he wasn't like the binge drinking alcoholic who wipe themselves out. He was the type of alcoholic who was always a little bit drunk. Like when he was working, he had his own business. He would have probably 3 or 4 drinks at lunchtime, enough to keep him buzzed through the afternoon. And he would go to the pub after work and have fuck knows how many more, and then come home and sort of fall asleep in a recliner chair. And he did that for decades. So yeah, he was the type of alcoholic who spent a lot of time a bit drunk rather than regularly blitzing to blackoutness. I think. Oh, Invisible Chicken, you didn't want to start drinking and you're on antidepressants, so you shouldn't. Dude, again, because I obviously recreation drinking, I like making cocktails. I actively encourage, if someone says, oh, I don't think I want to drink, I actively encourage you to not drink. I get very angry, very, very, very angry at anyone who tries to peer pressure someone into drinking. That's serious fucking bullshit. I have no tolerance for hassling someone who doesn't want to drink. If I'm with someone, I'm already this, oh, I don't drink. I'll do everything I can to support them in not drinking, including quite possibly not drinking myself. Not necessarily, but that might be how it works out. But I have zero tolerance for anyone who tries to peer pressure someone into drinking. Fuck that. And that's the other side, Kirsten. If you don't drink, there's more for me. So there's that too. But I just don't like dickhead behavior. Speaking of which, okay, while I'm thinking of it, God, none of you guys told me to turn the fridge back on. God damn it. You were supposed to tell me to turn the fridge back on. I just remembered. Shit. Didn't even see what that... Oh, shit, fuck. Oh, God damn it. Broke one of my coupe glasses. Haven't broken a glass for a while, actually. Don't even know what that got caught on. Oh. Sweeping it up. Sweeping it up. Sweeping it up. Oops. God, you know, you just can't find all the pieces of glass. Right. I don't even know how I did that. Oh, wait, there's some more. There's always more. Ugh. Haven't broken a glass for a while. Yes, I have shoes on. I have shoes on. Thank you. Oh, God damn it. Oh, well. Brick cook glass. Not very happy about that. But shit happens. That's where when you have a drinking session, don't drink out of glasses. Yeah, it's not a favourite. It's a coupe glass. I'd be more upset if I broke one of my Nick and Nora glasses because they have like etched glass on them, and they're a bit harder to replace. I'll live with the fact. Rain, who wears shoes in the house? I do. I always wear shoes. I know some people don't. I've got to turn these other fridges on. Hurt my knees a bit. Hopefully there's no glass over here. Oh. Oh. God damn. God damn. Yeah, you're all falling down on the job. Told you to tell me to turn the fridges back on. Ooh. Cocktail, Annette, nice cocktail glasses are good. There's something just a little bit special about drinking it out of a nice glass. Right. I'm going to put some of these bottles back. Rain, yeah, I think it's different in different countries. I know a lot of Asian cultures, they don't wear shoes in the house. It varies. I've just always worn shoes in the house. Right, put Applejack back. Put it back, Jack. Put the gin there. All right. Mac and the mirror. Mac and the mirror. Drambuie and tequila. I think I just felt another bit of glass. Yep. Definitely got that on my shoe. Put the tequila there. Drambuie in here. God damn it. Oh. There we go. So Eastern Europe, no shoes. Scots women, no shoes. Kirsten, you don't wear shoes, but your mum would never be barefoot. There you go. Oh. I was thinking of making a whiskey sour before I went to bed. It's 10 o'clock. Ooh. Who wants to kick on, I guess, is the question. That is the big question facing us this even. Yes. All right. I haven't put everything away. Scotch and grenadine. Scotch over there. Big old Costco scotch. Grenadine. Lime juice. Just squeeze it from the limes. Ugh. Wait. Ooh. No shoes in Frankston. Okay. And Trump has tweeted nonsense about revoking Section 230 until then regular. Oh, yeah, that's the thing that social media platforms aren't responsible for what's on their platform. Always time for a whiskey sour. Yes. Okay, kick on. Okay. All right, I'm going to have a whiskey sour then. Love whiskey sour. Probably my favorite. You know what? I'm going to do a mix, which is possibly sacrilegious. I'm going to do a double whiskey sour. Or let me see. Let me see. I'm looking for some guidance here. Whiskey sour. When's Whiskey Sour Day? 25th August. Okay. Hanging out for that. Difford's Whiskey Sour, 2 shots. I'm thinking 1 shot of bourbon and 1 shot of Rittenhouse Rye. Although I'm in 2 minds because maybe that's. Oh, we want an Angry Bunch? Fuck yeah, let's Angry Bunch. Let's fucking Angry Bunch. I'm fucking up for Angry Bunching. That's the link for Angry Bunching. World Whiskey Day was the 16th of May. Yes, I think I mentioned that on one of the live streams. I'm not sure. So yes, let's Angry Bunch it. I'm in 2 minds making whiskey sour because I'm kind of trying to use up my bourbon because then I'm going to buy an Australian whiskey to replace it. So I could do 2 shots of the bourbon or 1 shot of the bourbon and 1 shot of Rittenhouse Rye. It's a Net. Hey, Net.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good. I got my toddy.
Nice. Toddy in the skull mug. Love it. Love it. So yeah, I'm in 2 minds. Would that be a waste of the Rittenhouse Rye to blend it with a bourbon, or would that make it better? I'm confused. I'm ruminating. I'm trying to decide, or just do 2 shots of the bourbon because I'm trying to use it up anyway. Decisions.
Make a hot toddy with the bourbon.
I don't think I can be bothered to go to the trouble of warming something up.
No, all you need to do is turn on the kettle.
Sorry, what did you say, Annette?
Just turn on the kettle, like use hot water from the kettle.
Yes, true.
Yeah, because that's all I do with this. I basically made orange and cinnamon tea, put brandy in it, put a tablespoon of honey, and then it was way too sweet. So I put in a big blob of lemon juice.
Ah, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
it's really
good.
Oh,
right.
And a couple of cloves.
A couple of cloves. You've gone the whole way. I love it. That sounds good.
It's really quick to make.
Yeah. Yes. You're a diva in the kitchen of hot toddies.
Yeah, I am now.
All right. Now I think I'm just going to make this whiskey sour with the bourbon. Nice simple thing. Bourbon, lemon juice, a little bit of sugar syrup, and bitters. Oh, and some egg white. I've got to get some egg white. Okay. Right. Bourbon. Big old Costco jug of bourbon. It's like if I've ever gotten in a fight with someone, I could use this. This is like hand-to-hand combat. Could really hurt someone with that.
I just drink it and then I start buffing people.
Yeah,
that's the thing about Jim Beam.
Yeah,
puts you in a fighting mood.
But yeah, it is. It's a bit of a fighty drink. All right, where's my egg white? I always do things that would upset purists, using lemon juice from a bottle and egg white from a carton. But
I bought some of that.
That's really useful.
I haven't used it yet. I lost track of the recipe I was going to use it in.
Okay.
So it's sort of just sitting there waiting for me to find it again. I think it might have been a white lady.
Oh, yes. Actually, a white lady is a good drink. Yes. I like a white lady. That was 70s slang for cocaine, actually.
Oh.
Cocaine is a white lady.
Retro debauchery, the best sort.
A little bit of trivia. You know how we often see bong shops and whatever, where you get bong paraphernalia. Cocaine paraphernalia was really widely advertised in the 70s. I mean, often in adult magazines, but like say Penthouse magazine would have ads for jewelry as like a Coke spoon, like a necklace with a Coke spoon on it. They were just really open about fucking cocaine culture.
You just reminded me of those ladies massages for your back.
Oh
your
yes.
neck, of course.
Oh yeah. Often it was fatigue. They're doing this. Yeah.
Yes.
Like, okay. Yeah. Being advertised in TV Week. Okay. Yeah. Therapeutic massages, which just by the by, a lot of the therapeutic massage outlets in the various suburbs are definitely got very definite ideas of what therapy is with their massage. I think you can kind of pick the dodgy ones, I reckon. No, up the road from me, there's like a suburban shopping strip, like all the shops on one street, and there's 6 massage places. And I go, okay, no suburb has that many back problems. Okay, and
we've got a few up the road here too.
Yeah,
good old
one of them has a very angry sign in their window saying, "We only do therapeutic massage. There is no sexual services here." I was going, yeah, none of the others have got that sign in their window. So yeah, okay, all right. I know what's going on. So I'm going to shake, and make this really foamy, and then shake it again with some ice. Maybe put some bitters on the foam to be really artistic. Gonna shake it like a Polaroid picture. Which, incidentally, you don't do. You don't shake Polaroid pictures, despite the fact that everyone seemed to think that's a thing you do. Does not help in the developing of a Polaroid picture at all. Okay, put some big chunks of ice in there now. And shake it again. Yes, Safa, the massage places will be closed now. Okay, that's very cold now.
There must be an awful lot of people around who are very frustrated out of that.
Oh, I reckon there really is.
Yeah, I was thinking there must be a lot of people who can't get out and get to their nefarious activities.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and getting very frustrated with being enforced homebodies.
Yeah, there was a joke going around. That's why so many Tory MPs in the UK were pushing for relaxing the restrictions because they hadn't seen their mistress for months and they were forced to stay at home with their wife.
Oh no, not the family.
Oh no. Oh no. So I love a whiskey sour, just that little foamy head. It's got to have the egg white or something to make it go foamy. I'm going to get this stuff called Wonder Foam. You get a little bottle of it, and you just put a couple of drops in the drink and shake it, and it goes foamy like this. Because some people don't like egg white in drinks, and apparently Wonder Foam does it really well.
Ooh,
who's joining us? Kirsten's joining us. Where are we? Kirsten!
Hi, Kirsten!
Hello.
You've got your display?
I do. I have a new member of the family.
Ooh, who's the new one?
This limited edition Starward ginger beer cask number 5.
Ooh, ginger beer cask.
It's really good. It's sold out. Sorry, Angry.
That's okay. Starward is an Australian whiskey maker who I believe has really groovy staff working for him.
Yes, very tough. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I'm drunk.
I forgot. To
Just
put my
spilled
sugar
socks
syrup in
everywhere.
Which is okay. Whiskey sour is actually okay without sugar syrup, but I just feel like treating myself, so I'm shaking it again with sugar syrup.
I'm just trying to raise up my camera so that you don't have to look at all 17 of my chins.
Isn't that the funniest thing on because everyone at work having to do webcam, so Zoom and Skype and shit, and everyone having the webcam too low, so it's like shooting up. It's
like men over 40 on Tinder. Yeah, they all take their photo from down here.
Yeah. And even on the news stuff, like when news people want to interview someone, they're all doing it via Skype or whatever. And people like, Tony Abbott being interviewed with this shitty angle with really bad lighting. And I find it hilarious. It's like, you just put some books under your laptop, raise the friggin' webcam to eye level. That's what I've done. I've actually structured mine so that, it's at eye level. But yeah. Safa, you've got
Safa says she's got a Russian jaw. What does that mean?
I'm not Russian.
I'm going to have a third one.
No, Safa's saying he has a Russian jaw. Is that a big jaw?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Better than Habsburg.
Well, a Habsburg chin, that's not a good one. No. Multiple generation chin breeding.
No.
Angry, did I tell you the good news about this one?
Tell us.
So this won the best premixed cocktail in the world.
Yes, you did. I've got that one too. That's the premixed Starward Old Fashioned, which is really nice. Best premixed cocktail. Thank you. There is
Who's had 4 cocktails tonight? Yeah.
Not me yet. I need to go get another one.
Catching up. That's actually, I was going, on one level, I'm going, that's not that many. I've done so much more than that before.
I keep knocking things over.
I broke a fucking glass for the first time in ages.
You got to do it occasionally.
Yeah, it's a thing. But I don't even know how I did it. Like previous times I've done it, particularly on live streams, I've moved my laptop around and a cable has caught on a glass. Abigail's going to join us. Yeah! How are you doing tonight, Abigail? You're on mute. You're on. Speaking of classic Zoom and Skype scenarios, you appear to be on mute, Abigail. Nat can't hear you at all.
How's that?
That's
Hey.
it. Yay!
Hello.
How are you doing tonight?
I'm okay.
I'm just fixing my hair because I look like trash.
Nice.
That's me on any day ending in Y.
Yeah, exactly.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm good. I'm doing okay.
Just throwing
Yourself?
it out there. I love a whiskey sour. Oh God.
I bought.
Hi, Abigail.
Hello. I bought a Soda Stream machine, and I've been drinking a lot of soda water.
They're pretty good. I've got a soda.
Yeah.
I have a Soda Stream too. I got it for Christmas. But we let a bunch of things ferment in the bottles, so I'm currently
Yikes.
Yeah, I'm guilty
okay.
of doing that too. Yeah.
So I started drinking carbonated water, just soda water, to try and quit drinking Coca-Cola because I was like on 2 liters a day, which is really, really bad for you. And so one day I just stopped because it was just time, and I've been drinking soda water like liters a day ever since.
Oh, cool.
It's been great.
That's much better.
Yeah. Excellent.
I mean, I haven't stopped having caffeine, but at least I don't have all that sugar and
all the other nasties.
I'm not a complete idiot. I still have caffeine.
Yeah. Still got to have some caffeine.
Yeah. Speaking of
On
caffeine,
Tuesday morning, I woke up and there was no coffee in my house, which was absolute tragedy.
Oh, no.
Like, that was not a good time.
Well, speaking of coffee in particular, it was Captain Janeway's birthday yesterday.
Ah,
Yes.
there you go.
Or was it today? I've got it in my calendar, believe it or not.
I don't know.
Would
I
you
feel like
believe
that's
that?
the thing Mrs. Angry would know. She's always watching Star
Oh, no,
Trek.
it's today. It's today.
Captain Janeway's birthday today.
It,
So
yeah,
her drink coffee.
she drinks more coffee than John Luke drinks tea.
Yeah.
Like she's actually shown on screen to not only drink more, but be way more obsessed about it. Whereas Picard was only shown like half a dozen times throughout the 7-year run to drink tea. So
she must be from Melbourne.
Whereas there was an entire episode about her coffee one time. It's a meme now.
Was Picard's line was tea, Earl Grey, hot from the replicator.
Yes.
Oh God, I love the Picard series on Prime. I thought it was very good, but I had to have a bit of a chuck because Patrick Stewart is quite old now, and he had a stunt double just for running. There was one or two shots where Picard is running, and you think that's so obviously a stunt double. And he's not even falling, or it's just running. It's just like Patrick Stewart. Oh, this thing calls for running? Fuck no, stunt double. In you go. I've been on this planet too long and done too much.
How old is he?
So
Patrick Stewart. Let's see. He was born in 1940.
Yeah, so he's 80 now.
83. 80 years old. Yeah.
He's hot for 80.
Oh,
he's doing pretty well.
Silver fox. He's a silver fox. There's no two ways about it. But what was funny is, unless you look at him closely, he looked kind of the same in the 90s as he does now. That's the thing with men and baldness or grey hair. Like Steve Martin was like uniformly grey in his 30s. So he's in his 60s now. And at first glance, you think, oh my God, he hardly looks any older than he did 30
you can barely tell.
You look at him closer and you go, oh no, I can see the age. But yeah, either baldness or silver hair.
As long as they're taking care of themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike some men.
I'm going to go and get my crochet because I need to do my 2 lines today.
Oh, that's fair enough. Yeah.
Cool.
Be right back.
I can't concentrate on anything. If I'm knitting or crocheting, I have to concentrate on that. Otherwise, I make too many mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm not at that stage yet.
Sarpa was saying Patrick Stewart was excellent in Logan. He was. I thought Logan.
He was, yeah.
I thought Logan was a very good movie. Bleak as fuck. But basically, like all the mutants are dead apart from Wolverine and Professor X.
Just a couple, yeah.
Yeah, and Wolverine's power, he's been poisoned by the adamantium in his system, and his powers are fading. And Professor X, being the most powerful psychic ever, collapsing into dementia is a very dangerous thing for a powerful psychic to do.
Well, they put something in the food in the story.
Yeah.
They put they genetically engineered corn to remove or dampen the X gene, the mutant gene, and so no new mutants were born, and any existing mutants, their powers were diminished, and that's why Wolverine's like healing factor was slowing down. But there is also a genetic reason why it would slow down as well, because the telomeres in his genes would just run out eventually. Yeah. He's like 150, 200 years old. Like, genes don't work that way. Yeah. So eventually, and it would be accelerated by the fact that his cells are constantly regrowing. So that telomere loss would be accelerated by that. So.
Yeah. So someone asked recently on social media, what do you think is the best movie trailer you've seen? And I went, oh, no question. The Logan trailer with Johnny Cash's Hurt. playing on it. That was you got the vibe straight away. Oh, this is not going to be good. This is shit's going to go wrong.
Well, I mean, they departed from the plot of the comic.
The Old Man Logan comic.
Yeah, but the tone is spot on. It's just a bleak, almost post-apocalyptic world.
Yeah. For what? Yeah, for the mutants, it was post-apocalyptic. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was, that was really well done, Logan, I thought. But I'm a huge Hugh Jackman fan as well.
Dog.
Oh, we got a doggy. We got a doggy at the screen. Nice.
I'm trying to write. We had a Shaylee. It's her. She's
That's your little
responsible.
puppy, Shaylee?
What?
It's your little puppy?
It's the family dog.
What's the doggy's name?
Scruffles.
Scruffles.
It's an excellent name for a dog.
It is.
Yeah. She's an excellent dog. She's tiny. She does so much for our family just by being small and cute and scruffy.
Nice. All right.
Thank you, baby.
You also got me hooked on the idea. I'm going to have a Starwood Old Fashioned as well, which I might regret, but hey, fucking let's do it. It's Friday night.
Yeah, it's Friday night. I'm going to have a gin hot toddy.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh, yes.
I bought a bottle of gin for no reason at all.
What bottle of gin did you get, Annette?
Just Gordon's. Actually, I keep saying in recipes slow gin, but I thought it was a kind of gin. And but it's got slow berries in it, and I don't know any. Like, I've never seen slow berries. I've never heard of them before.
It's like a plum. Like it's part of the plum family. It's sort of like a cross between a cherry and a plum.
Okay. So if I wanted to make poor man's slow gin, what would I do? If I could.
You want to make it yourself?
Yeah.
You just find someone who sells slow gin.
Yeah. Buy it from someone. You've got to like macerate. So macerate means soak the slow berries in the gin for like 2 or 3 months, and then you got to add a little sugar into it. Like, it's quite sweet gin.
Ah, right. And I got a
I
very
recommend
dry
this.
So that was dumb of me.
This is original
We've got a cat.
company.
Oh God, there's another one. Another fur baby.
Another fur baby.
Cats are way better.
This one crashed the pediatrician's appointment today and showed his bum, didn't he?
Oh no!
Yes, gave the pediatrician a good view of his butthole.
Oh dear. All right.
Nothing says a cat is exerting its dominance quite like its butthole.
Yeah.
So,
they're just being social.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna do an orange peel on the old fashioned because that really makes it.
It really makes it. I do agree with that. I don't have any fresh oranges.
I literally bought one today.
Garnish list.
I bought one specifically because I thought I might do this tonight. So bit of orange peel. Got to express the oils into the drink so on the surface. And then here's the trick. You rub the orange peel after you've squeezed the oils on the drink, rub it around the rim and drop it in. So you've got this absolutely fantastic orange aromatics happening. And
I've seen you do that before. It's a good trick.
Oh, I mean, the old
70% of what you taste is actually what you smell before what you actually taste it. So,
depending on the substance, some are more than others. And
Skittles
some are less than
flavors
others.
are actually smells, not flavors.
Same with
Let
coffee.
me get the other cat.
oh God, I don't know where he is, sweetheart.
And as Kirsten mentioned, this actually won an award for best premix cocktail in the world. the Starward Old Fashioned. So by itself, it's
Ah.
great. But just the orange peel, a little bit of orange or a big bit of orange peel, squeeze the oils over the drink and then rub it around the drink, and it just pushes it over the top. It's amazing. I hardly ever bother to garnish my homemade cocktails because I can't be asked. But an old fashioned, just the orange peel just pushes it over the top because it's such a simple drink. It's just a slightly sweetened whiskey with some bitters in it. That's an old fashioned. And Starward, being an Australian, it's got a wattle seed. I love the way they describe it. The Starward Old Fashioned is a classic cocktail. Our team of bartenders are crafted with our Australian whiskey, a perfect balance of sweetness and aromatic spice. It highlights our red wine barrels and adds an Australian twist with our own blend of wattle seed bitters. Keep it in the fridge. Pour it over ice. Share it with friends. Fuck no one except me's got this. So, okay, if you come over to my house,
it said to share it, so share it.
I know. If you come over to my house,
you can get your own at starward.com.
Exactly. Kirsten,
$49 free postage. Keep me in a job.
Yes, Kirsten's working 24/7.
Well, that's genuinely what I do. So I run the dispatch of the store orders.
Well, no, when I use up
in amongst all the other things that I do.
When I use up my existing bourbon, I'm definitely getting some Starward. I'm really quite enjoying building up my Australian stock. So I've got the Mac, I've got the Marionette, I've got 2 Australian vermouths. I've got the Starward Old Fashioned. I've got the Tiny Bear gins. I think that's all my Australian stuff, but I'm really quite enjoying.
Oh no, you did mention the 2 vermouths. I thought you had a sweet and a white vermouth.
I do. I have the a Blanco sweet vermouth, and I have a Maiden Eye Classic. I really like Maiden. Oh, Safa's interested. How quickly do you dispatch? Kirsten?
Well, the next dispatch goes on Monday.
Yeah, I have to admit.
And then it's up to our friends at Australia Post.
Yeah. Talking about dispatch, I was super impressed. Like Kirsten recommended, I get the Tiny Bear. I got the sampler of the 3 different Tiny Bear gins. I ordered it online during a Friday night live stream because Kirsten talked me into it. It fucking arrived on Monday. Like someone did the order fulfillment on Saturday, got it to like Australia Post on Sunday, and it arrived on Monday. I was blown away. That was
in this day and age. That's beyond like what you would want. Like
I was prepared to wait like a week or so.
Yeah,
like bam!
Holy cow! I think a lot of
Safa, did they use vermouth inside it?
No.
Sorry, Abigail. Go ahead.
So I think a lot of places are stepping up their logistics because of the pandemic.
Absolutely.
And when they have a lull, it's just like super fast.
Yeah. Particularly the Australian distillers. So many of them are like, hey, free postage. Hey, we're going to throw in some hand sanitizer if you order a 700 ml bottle because they're all making hand sanitizer as well.
Yeah.
So Safa, vermouth is an aromatized wine. It's or a fortified. It's a wine and it has botanicals and whatnot. It's actually very different to cider, but you can actually get the Maiden Eye vermouth and actually a couple other Australian vermouths at Dan Murphy's, and I absolutely recommend the Maiden. What are you drinking straight from the bottle there?
This is my water bottle.
That's your water bottle.
Nice.
Oh my God, that's classic. That is so good.
And that's the reaction that I get in every single meeting that I'm in, that I do this exact thing.
Yeah. It's kind of like putting a
water.
drink in a Windex bottle or something and spraying it into your mouth in public.
I have way too many bottles of clear, colorless, like turpentine and thinners and stuff I just can't do that because I'll drink it accidentally one day if I did that, even as a joke.
Oh yeah,
Like,
no, you got to be careful.
one day I'll accidentally drink turpentine and I'll be off to the hospital.
I've got an entire bookcase, well, 2 bookcases, because you can't see the second one that's over there, of alcohol. And then I like lean down and grab it off the shelf. And then
So I've got some empty vodka bottles. I could do it with that.
Definitely do vodka.
Yeah, I so rarely have alcohol in the house as it is. So an empty bottle, I could do that.
Yeah.
A couple of my friends used to take empty vodka bottles, like 1 liter absolutes, to the gym, and really enjoyed the like reaction that you get for drinking water out of it.
I love it. Yep.
Oh, I've seen people doing the joke of putting their water in like a Hershey's chocolate syrup bottle, and while they're at the gym, and they'll be on the treadmill, and then they just appear to be squirting Hershey's chocolate syrup into their mouth while they're on the treadmill. I think that's really funny. Oh god, bloody Invisible Chicken was saying got the Mountain Tambourine Distillery hand sanitizer. Apparently, really soaks into the plastic. Okay, cool. Oh yeah, eat vanilla yogurt out of a mayonnaise bottle. That's another good one. Yeah, just really mess with people. Oh, Dingle, do you remember? God, dude, you've been around for the longest time. If you remember me drinking the bug cleaner in a video, that was one of my mask videos, wasn't it? Which means it was like 14 years ago.
Yeah.
I remember when you still wore a mask.
Jesus Christ!
I remember those days too.
I know so many people who've been around for that long is just
and then you did one video. It was like a milestone video where you were outside and you were critiquing this billboard that was just totally full of shit. I don't even remember what it was about.
I do.
From then on, I didn't see you in a mask very often after that. I think that was the turning point.
A Diesel jeans ad on a billboard, and it was saying something about being stupid is good, and it was on a really busy road.
Yes,
and I was there in my mask with my camera on, just having a big rant like, "Fuck these people! What the fuck are they telling stupid things?"
The reason it sticks out so much is because I used to go past that every week when I went to my band rehearsals, and it was just like every time I saw it, I was like, what the hell? Like that's like the opposite message that you want to send to people. Yeah.
One guy actually, a real sort of suburban bogan guy, he was a ledge in his ute, actually pulled over just to high-five me. He said, "What you doing, man? Looks cool, though." They actually pulled over just to high-five me, which I thought was great.
Did he? Was it just a random thing, or did he?
It was total rando. He didn't know who I was or what he was doing.
Okay.
But he saw me sort of shouting and gesticulating at a camera, and he pulled over and went, "Dude, don't know what you're doing. Looks cool though. High five." I actually told him it was for a YouTube thing, and he just high-fived and off he went. It was really good.
Nice. So every time I see Friendly Geordies do an outside video, and he always gets someone screaming at him, "The Liberal government," from a moving car.
Many years ago, I went to Adelaide to meet some people, and I was walking down like the bloody shopping area of Adelaide. And I didn't even see who it was, but a car went past and someone just shouted out a window as they went, "Angry Jose!"
Nice.
Really funny. It was really funny.
Yeah.
It must have been quite surreal.
It was because I didn't even see who it was. They didn't stop. There was a fair bit of traffic, and they just shouted it as they were driving past. "Angry Jose!" It was so funny.
Yeah.
It was just brilliant.
I remember the first time I saw you in public on a tram, and it was like a crowded tram, but I was so tempted to just like, "Hey, Angry," but nah.
Excellent.
I didn't though.
Safa, who's more angry, me or Friendly Geordies? Geordie loves the Labor Party, which I find borderline hilarious. The idea of being excited by the Labor Party cracks me up. I guess I'm more old school lefty. I'm fucking totally on board with him and his sort of. He almost conforms to Chapo Trap House and the Dirtbag Left. He almost compares to that.
He's definitely Labor left.
He loves the Labor Party.
I know, and the way he bags out the Greens, which are everything he has to say is what Greens policy, more or less. Yeah. So it boggles the mind. But
it's because he's in love with the Labor Party.
Yeah. Yeah,
and the Greens are a threat to the Labor Party.
Yeah, for sure.
The Labor Party stupid not to make up a mega party with the Greens. Really fucking stupid.
It's about power. The Labor Party is obsessed with.
They don't share power well. Yeah.
Even in a Green seat. It's great.
Yeah. I live in Melbourne. I live
I live in Melbourne.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'm in Fitzroy, so I'm a 5-minute walk from Adam Bant's office, so
it's Christ. I live in the fucking liberal
hipster types.
Yeah.
Loony, greeny hipster types.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Dingle Doty's saying they remember watching that stuff when they're in their mid-teens and then their 20s, and that's what weirds me out, particularly people I met in the early days of YouTube. Like some of the people I met were 15 or 16, and they're fucking late 20. They're late 20 now, and that
makes you feel old.
That weirds me right out.
But back then, you were full on angry. You just projected rage. You're pretty mellowed out now. Compared to then.
Radical in the politics, but a bit less shouty.
Less shouty, yeah. But Friendly Geordies, he's angry, but he expresses it differently.
And because he's built a career out of YouTube, so I mean every time he beeps swearing, I'm like, really, dude, really? Yeah. But because you can't monetize videos if you swear, and that's why I don't monetize any of my videos, because I was like, oh no, fuck that noise. I've got a job. I'll never make more money off YouTube than I do from my day job. YouTube's fun. YouTube's an outlet. YouTube's connecting with people. So fuck it. I'm not censoring myself. Fuck that.
To make money off YouTube, you need to make it a full-time job. Any streaming platform. Plus, he branches out from YouTube. So he does shows. He does comedy. He does other stuff. And just YouTube was what got him there.
Yeah, he does a lot of live. Well, he like everyone else who was alive before me. He did a lot of live
performance.
Not so much now. I mean, it was funny. I saw some people who were fairly because I've got lots of friends who are fairly radical left, and I'm compared to Friendly Geordies. I guess I'm fairly radical left. He's like Labor Party left, and there's people ragging on him. And they were trying to make fun of him because he said something about being too busy to do something. He had to talk to his agent, and they were trying to mock that. And I said, dude, you not knowing how busy he is and how much money he makes is not the fantastic own you seem to think it is. He's actually telling the truth. I'm really busy. If you want to do a thing, you need to talk to my agent because I'm doing paid gigs all the time. And you thinking that's silly is not a huge own on Friendly Geordies, because when people were doing live gigs, he was doing a lot of live gigs and he was making a lot of money and he was very busy. Now it's all the YouTube and streaming and Patreon and that type of thing.
Yeah.
And it's funny because I'm completely on board with his pro-Labor Party, pro-union stuff, but I think in terms of classical politics, I'm probably a lot more radical left than he is. Not that I'm using that to pick a fight, but he loves the Labor Party.
Labor left is not as left wing as people think.
Nah,
it's not. It's center left. It's it's just left of center, and
Yeah.
like a lot of the party is right wing, which really just what the fuck? There's a right wing faction of the Labor Party. It
There really
boggles
is.
the mind.
Beyond it.
Yeah, it's
Especially since
bizarre.
the Hawke years. Especially since the Hawke years. Because
I
Hawke
do not understand that at all.
Oh, that's the weirdest thing. Hawke was the leader of the ACTU, but he was from the right wing of the Labor movement, which is to the left of the Liberal Party.
Yeah.
But he was from the right wing of the Labor movement.
Okay.
That was the thing.
I don't understand it.
Yeah. The US evaluation of Australian politicians, like they fucking hated Gough Whitlam, and the CIA was definitely involved in some of the efforts to get rid of Gough Whitlam. But there was like the CIA's estimate of Hawke in the 70s and into the early 80s was definitely a strong friend of America, possibly troublesome how much he drinks.
Yeah, that is a fair assessment.
Because he was a pisshead. He was,
yeah.
Legendary.
He gave it up to be PM, but he has a quiet drink these days. I think
he's passed on. Like he's
dead,
alive
man.
anymore.
Oh, that's right. He's dead now.
Yeah.
Sorry. I forgot he was dead.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But yeah, in his later years, he enjoyed a quiet drink. But in the 70s, he was a major fucking pisshead. And he swore off the drink to lead the Labor Party. And I think he was telling the truth that he didn't actually drink when he was in office. But then he left office and he had a quiet drink. He was never really known to be a major pisshead.
The circumstances of his departure weren't exactly friendly to him either. So he outstayed
his welcome. He outstayed his welcome.
You reckon?
Yep. Well, because he made a deal with Keating and said, I'll be PM for this long and I'll hand over. And then he reneged on the deal.
But then Keating came and kicked him out.
Well, Keating just went, cool. And Keating had rightly picked Hawke had passed his peak. And Keating went, cool, you backed down on our deal. Fuck you. I've driven all policy for the last 5 to 10 years. I'm going to the back bench. Fuck you all. And then Hawke was left at a complete loose end because Keating was the one who was doing the policy, and the rest of the party went, oh, shit. And they just had a word in Hawke's ear like, yeah, dude, maybe, just fucking go. And he went, and he thoroughly expected Keating to get smashed in the next election, and Keating won the next election, which was such a fucking poke in the eye to Hawke. And then Keating...
That was tribute.
Keating beat Hewson, which was against the odds, and then the next election got absolutely smashed by Howard. Yeah. But...
and we've been mostly Liberal government ever since. Like we've had, compared to how many years the Labor Party have been in power, it's been mostly Liberal Party ever since. It's just
since Federation, it's been mostly the Conservatives, not Labor. If you look at like the Liberal Party was formed in the 50s, it's been mostly the Liberal Party and with just little bursts of the Labor Party.
The Liberal Party was basically not the Labor Party.
Yeah, it was basically an anti-communist party.
And they were much more progressive, like classic liberal rather than conservative liberal.
Yep, I think
when they started.
Yeah, I think Menzies was actually sincere when he said, we are the party of small government. We are not a conservative party. We are the party of the individual and the rights of the individual. And
that kind of scares me a bit. That's just libertarian kind of.
It was pseudo libertarian. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Except Menzies was also a mad royalist. He would have he would have rubbed his nose in Betty Windsor's poo. Honestly, he was such a royalist.
Before my time.
Yeah. before my time too, but I remember the history of Menzies reading stuff.
Okay.
Like, what was his line? I did but see her passing by, but I will love her till I die. And
Oh my
apparently,
God.
even the Queen was embarrassed by that. Like, really? Really?
Well, at least he didn't give him an Australian knighthood. Like, gives anyone a knighthood. Like,
Tony Abbott gave him a knighthood to fill the
Oh
void.
God, I'd forgotten about
I
that.
know.
What
That
the
was-
fuck was that?
Yeah.
That was
That
so
was-
weird.
Oh, Tony Abbott's fucked in the head. The dude is just fucked in the head.
Him and his captain's calls. Ah,
He's not right. He is not right in the head.
why pick him?
As evidenced.
Why did they pick him?
Oh, because he was just brutal. His
He was a-
brutality in opposition destroyed
he
the
was a
Labour
great. He was an excellent opposition leader. He like the
Yep.
job of the opposition. He
Yep.
was really good at it. But as soon as he got into power, he was still in opposition mode, and it
Yep.
just didn't work.
He was
Oh,
he
that's
was
right. Yeah,
very bad prime minister. Very good
Mm.
opposition leader, very bad prime minister.
I think I blocked it out. I think I blocked
Yeah.
out the whole Abbott thing.
No, that's
Yeah.
too much psychological scarring. The Abbott
Yeah.
thing is too much psychological scarring. Oh, it's too
For
much.
sure.
The
He
guy
was
was
our
such
Trump.
an idiot. It's like in one of the recent live streams, someone brought up the fucking onion eating thing, and I was like, "Oh Jesus Christ, I'd forgotten."
Yeah. Yeah.
You remember when he, at some point, there was some campaign, a mock campaign of put your onions out.
Yes, yeah. Put the onions out on the front door for. Oh God, this is the thing. And now, I like Scarf was saying, was Scummo a miracle win? Yeah, there's no way Scummo should have won the last federal election, but the constant barrage from the Murdoch media apparently worked.
Yeah.
And also,
that and skirting the boundaries of electoral fraud.
that
Like,
too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Classic fascist move, that.
But also, to be fair, I was regularly incredibly critical of Bill Shorten. I was like, come on, dude, offer us something more than I'm not that guy. And
Yeah.
that sucked as a campaign. And it didn't. I thought, dude, give people something to be passionate about. That's why Hillary Clinton lost in the US, because she never gave people something to be passionate about. She was just like, it is preordained. I am the chosen one. And in a couple of critical areas where she didn't campaign, she lost. And Shorten was the same. There was not enough effort to actually inspire people to vote for him. And he just relied on, well, you're sick of the LNP, aren't you?
Yeah.
And-
Which is why the Greens are gaining traction on the backs of Labor votes.
Yeah, because
Because-
Labor doesn't inspire people.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and
Exactly.
I feel like
Unless
And
you're
they sell
unless
people
you're
out.
rusted on.
Yeah. And this is like, I don't want to sound like I'm ragging on Friendly Geordies, but when I see him, because I do watch not all of his videos, but a lot of his videos, and when I see him saying things like Anthony Albanese is an excellent and exciting leader, I'm like, fucking
Yeah.
Fucking what?
Yeah. Like, I agree with like 90% of what he says, but then he
Yeah.
comes up with some pearlers that are just
Oh, he's just so in love with Labor.
yeah.
Geordies is from Sydney, isn't he?
I think so.
I think
Yes.
so, yeah.
He's got such a I mean, being from Sydney myself, he just seems to have such a Sydney flavour.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And a very
And-
Sydney view.
I very aggressively encourage people to vote for Labor ahead of the LNP, no question. But I'm not excited by them.
No.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
absolutely.
Why? Jesus. But yeah, I don't know how long ago it was, but he posted a video that was basically saying how exciting Anthony Albanese was and how he's doing everything right. And I'm like,
Yeah.
What?
I don't get that impression at all. Like, you have to be a major fanboy to get that impression.
And I get that most, or I'm assuming, I should be, obviously I don't know what he's doing. I'm making an assumption, but I'm assuming what he's doing because he's quite influential with a certain group of young people.
Yeah.
And he's trying to just say, he's literally pushing propaganda at them, saying, hey, no, it's important. Vote Labor, get excited by Labor, get into Labor.
Yeah.
Like, cool. If you happen to influence people to vote against the LNP, then I'm all in favor.
Yeah.
Did you watch his interview with Kevin Rudd?
I did not, because I thought that
it was actually pretty informative. It wasn't like, it didn't come across as pushy. Sorry?
As a hit piece.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, he's obviously going to treat Rudd pretty well, but no, it was a very insightful interview, and I recommend it. It didn't come across as propaganda at all.
Okay, I'll have to watch it, because I'll be honest, I thought, oh God, this is just going to be such a fawning suck up.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't ask like probing hard questions, but he didn't fawn. I mean, he gave him a Warhammer miniature. But,
yeah,
you know.
Because that's Jordan's nerdy thing, the Warhammer miniatures. Yeah,
Safa, you make a good point. A lot of it was about how Murdoch influenced the election. And
yes.
Rudd was kind of just nailed that, and he's published some journalistic articles about that, and it was on point. It was what people need to hear, and the media is just not sharing that message.
Yeah.
So in that regard, Friendly Geordie's doing the hard fight, the good work.
Yeah, and the media in this country is definitely shit. But yeah,
it's awful.
Yeah. I might go back and watch that. Yeah, because I have to admit, I was just, oh God, Friendly Geordie's interviewing Kevin Rudd.
I did enjoy it. I did enjoy watching it.
Okay.
I didn't find it cringeworthy or anything like that.
All right, I'll have to check it out.
Not like the one where he's talking about Albanese, like.
No,
that was cringeworthy. Yeah,
I snort laughed like I was watching that video, and he's going like, Albanese's awesome, and I was just like, oh dude, what the fuck, really?
Yeah,
really, Christ, that's a fucking reach. Like, don't hurt your back with a stretch like that.
That's the most Australian thing.
Yeah.
You possibly say, don't hurt back with a stretch like that.
But see, I had high hopes for Albanese because I'm old enough to remember when Albanese joined like Parliament for the Labor Party. He was the left, and fucking Paul Keating used to shit on him, call him a Stalinist, and all that sort of thing. And like Albanese was the left, and I thought, okay, Shorten, the fucking Hollow Man, is gone. Okay, Albanese is fucking worse than Shorten. Albanese is like, maybe we should just be the Liberal Party and people will vote for us. Yeah,
I haven't heard anything about what the Labor Party has been doing recently, except for, well, I mean, apart from the several crises we've had this year where they've rightfully backed up what the government is doing for the most part. Last year, I didn't see anything of what they were doing.
Look, Albanese has made some good statements in that, it's like, okay, what's important is that the Australian people feel confident at the moment, and when you go there, and then he slipped in, but they're not doing enough of this. And he's done one or two statements that I thought have been very good in that you don't look like you're being a jerk, but you're holding them to account somewhat. But not quite as.
That's too soft. That's kid gloves. That's a bit soft. You gotta not pull your punches so much when you're in opposition.
Oh, Christ, I just realized we'd passed 11. I thought it was like 5 minutes ago. I thought it was 5 minutes ago. We said, let's go past 10 o'clock. Hey,
Well,
Timothy, how's it going?
These conversations, time flies.
Yeah, I am really absorbed in the conversations we've been having for the last hour. But I should have bloody opened up for the Angry Bunch earlier, in fact. But
well, I've been working on my live stream.
Oh, cool.
I didn't stream tonight. I've been working on some fancy tools for OBS to get it to do all kinds of really professional looking stuff. It's actually quite powerful. Yeah, things you can do.
Good.
Yeah. I can't wait to show them off, actually.
That sounds really good. I've still been looking at cocktail recipes while we've been talking.
Well, I'm browsing Facebook right now, so
I'm tempted to do one more. I found one called the Dram Queen, which I just love as a name. Instead of Drama Queen, it's the Dram Queen. And because it's got they say cacao and coffee spiced rum. Fuck the coffee off. I was thinking I could do some spiced rum and a little bit, like it's 2 shots of that. So I could do, say, 1.5 shots of spiced rum. I've got like Captain Morgan, and just half a shot of brown creme de cacao. Then it's Punta Mez, which I have, and Pimento Dram, which I have, and some. Oh God, that sounds really good. And an orange zest twist. I could just do another orange zest in it while I'm in the mood. I'm going to make. Well, I really shouldn't, but I think I'm going to make.
Now that restrictions are easing, I could conceivably come over and visit, and we can talk tech.
Oh yeah, because you were going to help me with. I'm fucking useless with. Well, not completely useless.
I mean,
you work in Fiji?
I'm kind of useless. Abigail had good ideas for bringing in, oh God, I was going to say Slack, but it's not Slack. It's the fucking thing where everyone can chat.
Yeah, Discord.
Yeah, I'm aware of the concept of Discord, but I'm not really up with.
I don't know how fast StreamYard will let you go with that kind of thing.
We can experiment.
Yeah, it's worth it. Doing a couple of test streams on a second account and playing around.
Timothy's asking if I've been watching Narcos. I watched about half of the first season of Narcos, and I liked it. And I have not been watching much TV at all recently.
Because you spend 2 hours a day with us.
That is literally, in all seriousness, that's literally it. Most days I'm doing a live stream. It's taking up most of my free time. And I have 1 or 2 nights a week for watching stuff with Mrs. Angry. We watched Lock and Key and really enjoyed it.
What is that about?
It's like a magical realism type thing. This family move into a home that, their ancestors lived in for generation. And there are these magical keys that have all these powers. So it's like a magical realism story.
Okay.
It's pretty good. I watched the first episode of a show called Upload on Prime. And it's off to a good start. It's about, for an afterlife, your consciousness gets uploaded to...
I watched the first episode of that thinking that it was a movie, and it was just a long episode. It was the pilot. Yeah. And then I thought, I have to watch so much more of this. It was just too slow for me. It was just way too slow.
I'm going to do it. What else did I watch? I watched Devs on Foxtel, which was a really good sci-fi show about the nature of like reality and whatnot, with Nick Offerman in a main role.
What's it called?
Devs, DEVS. It's about a fictional Silicon Valley company, and they have a specialized development unit called Devs. And they're up to some weird shit with some quantum computing and really complex prediction algorithms.
Okay.
Annette, you're back.
Look at this. It's fucking amazing.
Oh, what is it? You muted your mic, Annette.
Whoops.
Whoops.
This is amazing. This is so dangerous. It's got, I made a hot chocolate and then I put chocolate liqueur in it and not Grand Marnier, the other one, Cointreau.
Cointreau?
Yep. And whipped cream and marshmallows.
Oh, God damn.
Amazing.
You are so decadent, Annette. I love
Living
it.
it up. Live your
That's
best life.
That's it.
Oh, Stella's
Yeah.
just joined us. You're saying you're late, Stella. You're lucky we're late. And Rain's just finished doing some work. Safa loves it. We loves it. Dingle Doodle's been listening to Big Finish's Doctor Who audio dramas. I've never done that. Are they good? Because I'm a mad Doctor Who fan, but I've never gone for stuff that's like outside the TV show. There's comics, there's audio dramas, there's all sorts of things.
I used to read a lot of the comics, but yeah, I'm a big fan as well. I even got the Doctor Who That's a Doctor Who tattoo.
Oh, nice.
It's the seal of Rassilon.
Oh, it's the seal of Rassilon. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Can you see it better there?
Yes. Excellent.
I loved
yeah.
Doctor Who until they started taking 2-year holidays.
Oh,
And then
Yeah. I think it's very expensive to produce Doctor Who, and the BBC doesn't have that much budget.
It's becoming a trend in TV shows. 12 episodes and then 9 months break. And the production values are really high, but you just have a drought of content.
Yeah.
There's even like Outlander has Droughtlander.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Rick and Morty's the same.
Yeah. Nettie, Rain's saying you're making him want to go out and get some ice cream so he can make a decadent drink like you're having.
Do it! It's wonderful.
I've been watching they're putting the new episodes of Rick and Morty up one a week at the moment, and young Mr. Angry's into it, so we've been watching it together. As like yesterday when we were organizing dinner, went and got burgers, and he's like, "Okay, burgers, then sit down and watch Rick and Morty together," and it's like, "Yeah, let's do that."
As much as I really love binge watching a show, there's something said for releasing one episode a week, because it just keeps you engaged over the break between episodes, and things like when they release an entire season, you binge watch it and then it's done, and no one talks about it, no one speculates, and it's done for another year. It's just there's something to be said about weekly serial episodes. Yeah.
I do like it. Invisible Chicken saying he's too far behind Doctor Who to even think about the extended view. I know. Someone's wondering if recent Who lost viewers. No, the Jodie Whittaker Doctor Who has got the best ratings since the very early David Tennant seasons. And I have to admit, I do like Jodie Whittaker as the Doctor. She's very good.
I've been enjoying it, but it just feels different, you know?
It does, but I thought Peter Capaldi felt completely different as well. I thought Peter Capaldi made it feel like a completely different show, which I enjoyed, but I would frequently find myself going, God, this just feels like a completely different show.
I felt like it was even more extreme with Jodie Whittaker, like the cinematography, the way they
changed showrunners.
And it was just a completely different feel.
Yeah,
it wasn't
I like Peter Capaldi, but he wasn't at his best in Doctor Who. He's at his best in the thick of it.
He is good in the thick of it.
My hot take on Peter Capaldi, he's actually been my favorite Doctor in the new Doctor Who since 2009. He's been my absolute favorite, hands down. But unfortunately, he's had to work with bad writing and less than stellar show running. And some of the episodes he was like that. The one-hander he did in when he was in that castle, one of the best Doctor Who episodes I've ever seen. It was just so brilliant, and it was hands down my favorite Doctor so far.
Yeah, heaven sent and hell bent. It was like that thing of knowing what was happening and refusing to knuckle under the Time Lords for billions of years. Like, what the fuck? And they even did the thing where he'd been driven slightly insane by it, and oh my god! But he just rather than knuckle under to them, he literally spent 1 billion years breaking out of their fucking.
The thing I like.
Scottish
stubbornness. Really, I'm half Scottish, so I just thought that was just normal. So, so Capaldi.
I love. Sorry, I'm just gonna say Stella as a hot take. I love that. Tell Capaldi hates the writing.
Yeah.
He was too old to give a shit about saying so.
He was a member of the Doctor Who fan club when he was 7 years old. He's been a lifelong Whovian, and he brought that passion with him. Whereas some of the other actors, I'm sure they love Doctor Who, but that lifelong passion really showed.
Yeah. No,
he used to be in a punk band with Craig Ferguson.
Craig Ferguson,
Yep.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's definitely a punk. Yeah. I love the two things. His very first one, when he was doing the typical, I've just regenerated and my brain's not working, but when he meets with Clara in a cafe. And they've both followed a cryptic clue to get there that they took the other sent. And you find out much later it was Missy who did it. And they're both basically insulting each other, saying only a dickhead would do this. And they go, well, I wasn't going to say something. But, it was such a good scene because they were just talking at cross purposes. And it took, even as a viewer, it took you a while to realize, because you assumed Clara was right, that it followed a clue. But then you get the Doctor saying stuff like when Clara says only a dickhead would do this, and the Doctor's going, oh, I wasn't going to say anything. That was
and then you think it was the Clockwork dude who said it, and it wasn't. And
Missy was a strong point. Missy was a stroke of genius.
They've been missing a goth girl in that franchise for a long time, and finally she appears.
Okay. Yeah. Stella also zeroed in on the single weakest point of Capaldi, Sonic sunglasses. That was embarrassing. But everything else
very serious though. They didn't take that very seriously.
No, they did not. But from that first episode through to I'm with you, Abigail, on Heaven Sent, Hell Bent was so, and even like that the thing, the as you say, the one-hander when it's just him trying to work out what's happening in that castle. But even the one after, which was a bit more relaxed, but just facing off Rassilon, like doing the literal line in the sand and saying, "Get off my planet," and it was like, fucking hell, he's angry at you. He's really angry. I'm such a mad nerd.
All of this is going completely over my head because
in the lore of the Time Lords, it's heavily hinted that the Doctor was one of the 3 founders of Time Lord Society, Rassilon, Omega, and the other.
Well, interesting that thing they threw in with the last Jodie Whittaker one, that is like everything you know about the Doctor is a lie. And I thought, cool. And I was watching all the, the website takes on that, and they were just taking it as literal truth. And every time I saw someone going, oh, they've thrown this out, I go, yeah, unless the Master's lying, because it's the Master and he's a liar.
Yeah, but there was that other person calling herself the Doctor as well.
Oh, which was, and that tends to rely on it, because the one big thing was that Doctor also had a police box TARDIS. And the only way that makes sense is as if at some point the Doctor had their memory wiped.
Yes.
So yeah.
I'm waiting with
I liked Matt Smith. What I liked about Matt Smith is about 90% of the time, Matt Smith was very childlike and funny, but every now and then he went hard as fucking nails, and he did it so well. Like particularly on Good Man Goes to War, when demons run, when he got up in their face, and and he's just doing a clever, wacky Doctor Who thing, a plot to understand, and he wins. And he says to the general, "You've got to tell your men to retreat." And he goes, "Okay, man." He goes, "No, say run away."
Run away, yeah.
And he goes, "Because I want you to be known as General." And he just gets angrier and angrier and says, "I want you to be known as General Runaway. So when people want to know if it's a good idea to get to me through the people I love, they know what's going to happen." You go, "Dude, you're a fucking psycho. What the
And now you'll find out why I have rules, why good men have rules.
The lady with the eye patch says you won't do something. You're the good guy. You have rules, and he says good men don't have rules, and you don't want to find out why I have so many. And it's like, what the fuck? It was just like the mask dropped. He was playing the child all the time, and every now and then the mask came off, and it's like, dude, I will fuck you up. And it's just like,
well, to this day, I still have.
Oh, awesome! That was so intimidating. This is Sir House.
Oh, Kitty! She looks like my cat.
This is a boy, Sir Pounce. You're going to stay here and be
cute.
Sir Pounce.
I loved Matt Smith, the way that he was so convincing in looking like he was 900 years old without, wrinkles and shit.
Yeah.
He was able to do it just to look really old somehow.
Yeah.
A lot has to do with his delivery and the writing and the way he used his acting chops with the material he was given.
He is a good actor.
He's a fantastic actor. He blew me away.
Like when you see him in The Crown as Prince Philip, and you go, "Oh, he's actually really quite an actor."
Well, that's the problem when you only
sympathetic to Prince Philip.
When you see someone only do one role, like you don't see them flexing their different acting styles.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's easy to miss. It's easy to miss that good acting and the good range they can do. Which is why a lot of bad actors typecast themselves, because that's the only thing they can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really liked when he first appeared, and he goes, he's falling, I think, just as he's changing, and he grabs his chin and goes, "Oh!"
He does a little thing like he's got long hair and goes, "Oh, am I finally a girl?" And then he feels he's got an Adam's apple, and he goes, "No."
Still not a ginger.
Still not a ginger. Yeah, and he goes, "What's happening?" "Oh, that's right, I'm crashing." Yes.
Yes. Now, to this day, I still have his theme as my ringtone on my phone.
Oh yeah. Oh goodness. Sorry.
It was in a really, really amazing time signature. It was in 7/8, and so it sounds off because it's like 7 beats to a bar, and it's supposed to give that feeling of weirdness.
Yeah, the Doctor Who YouTube channel has one video that's a compilation of every variation on the Doctor Who theme, and I just because Jesus, the people from the BBC Radiophonic Workshop were geniuses. What they did with such low technology in the 60s and 70s was amazing. But
Yes.
yeah, every now and then I'll watch it because it goes right from the early days, and it has every variation of the Doctor Who,
Okay.
right up to.
Could you
Jodie
send me a
Whittaker.
link of that by any chance if you've got that like
Just
favorited
on YouTube, just look up the official Doctor Who channel, and
Yeah.
I think it's not that hard to find.
Okay.
Let me. Oh, I'll bring up YouTube. Because yeah, I just love watching it occasionally,
Okay.
and I have to admit, I really love the Jodie Whittaker theme because it's got like
Yeah.
it's got like it's almost like a techno drop in it, and it's really it's really organic to me.
Okay.
Because some of the things, particularly the 80s ones, were too 80s, and the Jodie Whittaker one has this really organic dum 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 dum, and then it's just like a techno drop that goes and then boom boom.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah. Now
really
that
like the
you
Jodie Whittaker one.
Yeah, now that you've done that, I
See?
can remember it. Yeah.
I'm a beatbox. That's
Yeah,
I really liked the Peter Capaldi music, but I thought the theme visually was shit. It was too hard edged.
Okay.
They did all the thing with the clocks and stuff, and it was too hard edged. Whereas the Jodie Whittaker one is good music and good visuals because it's really organic, which I really like.
Okay. Well, you know that the clocks and all that was a fan made thing.
Yeah, it was. They basically were inspired by a
well,
fan.
they hired the guy who made it and
Yeah.
got some actual money in production values to remake it.
Yeah, and which was a very good move.
Okay, I think I found it. I think I found the video.
No.
All Doctor Who title sequences.
That's the way.
Yes, that would be it. Yeah, that would be it. It's
Cool.
I just really enjoy watching it occasionally. Just going
Okay.
from the really simple old 60s and 70s ones
With the
where
organ
they were
and-
using video feedback to, and they were doing something that people had never done before. It was just fucking mad.
groundbreaking.
People. Yeah, it was fucking
Have-
mad people with analog technology.
Have you seen the biopic of the early making of Doctor Who?
Yes, it's quite good because
It's great.
It really highlights how much the existence of Doctor Who is owed to Verity Lambert, the woman who produced the early series. If she didn't fight tooth and nail, it wouldn't have lasted past one season. But Verity Lambert just fought so hard for Doctor Who. And it was important that silly nerd boys understand the only reason they have Doctor Who is that a woman fought really hard for it.
Gee, a woman being swept under the rug of history? What?
What?
Yeah.
That never happens.
Never happens.
No.
Never happens. Never heard of it. Couldn't possibly be a thing.
So
Hashtag
Pounds is
sarcasm.
really surprised too, aren't you, baby? Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so I did quite like the way the biopic really played that up. It's like Verity Lambert is the person who made sure we had Doctor Who.
And when they brought Matt Smith in at the end, I was actually crying.
Yeah, it was very much for the fans, that one.
Yeah, so emotional.
And the actor...
So the plot lines for the new lady, for the new lady who,
Lady Who?
are they good?
You mean Doctor Who?
New lady Doctor Who.
Yeah.
She's just a doctor.
Not Miss, not Mrs, not Mr. Doctor.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I just disturbed my cat. I'm a bit fuzzy brained right now. I'm sorry.
I have female friends who have their PhDs, and they like it constantly shits them when people say, "Are you Miss or Mrs?" and they say, "No, Doctor." Yeah.
Yeah,
You
perfect.
know what? I'm going to have to become a doctor because they've got the best hats.
when they get mail.
You've been like to the graduations. Like I was sitting.
Yeah,
at
they're great
graduation
hats.
last
Yeah.
year. Yeah, they have the best hats and the best gowns. I'm like definitely going for PhD. Definitely.
I started a PhD, but it was my health deteriorated very shortly.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, I know. I could be a doctor now if it wasn't for mental and physical health conditions. It's a lot of work though. It's backbreaking labor.
It sends people a bit potty.
The way we do PhDs here and in the US is just the worst. They're mental health illness factories. They train you to be super skeptical of everything and to cloister yourself and not do anything else. And it's the worst. It's actually the worst. And when I told my honors honor research supervisor that I was going to do a PhD, he actually looked at me with incredulity and was like, "You sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know, right?" And I'm actually glad I stopped when I did, because I was digging my own grave.
Yeah, sounds like you made the right. Look how dodgy my bloody orange peel is.
It's almost white.
Yeah. Anyway,
it's just not attractive like the ones that you get in bars.
Exactly. I'm not very good at garnishes. I need to squeeze
if
a bit.
If you want to get better at garnishes, Angry, you should follow a guy on Instagram called He, H-E-E. His handle is One Drink a Day, and his thing is garnishes. And he makes incredible garnishes. I got rosettes of all sorts of things.
I got pointed to someone else. I can't remember. I think if I look them up on Instagram, I'll find them. Angry Cocktails. Who am I following on Angry Cocktails? We've got a couple of followers. That's nice. Let's see. Cocktails in Paradise.
You're going to let me go?
Cocktails by Tempest.
Cocktails by Tempest also does Garmojis.
Yeah, I think you told me to follow them.
No, Henry did, but that's okay.
That's okay. Their visuals on their cocktails are amazing.
Why? Why did you do that? Why did you scratch my leg? Okay.
And they do really wild garnishes as well.
Yeah, Matt does amazing work.
Yeah. Because he was actually on one of the streams, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Drinks Melbourne is like.
So Invisible Chicken, just having 2 bachelors is a massive achievement, and you should be proud. Like, that is amazing. That's
don't put yourself down for having 2 bachelors.
Yeah, absolutely. That's that is a lot of work over 3+ years that it potentially takes per bachelor's degree.
Yeah, I have 1 bachelor's degree.
I have 1 bachelor's degree that took me 6 years to get. My mother likes to remind me of how terrible I am. And I was like, I still have a university degree.
Mine took 4 years rather than 3, because I was part-time.
My first one took 2 years. My second one took almost 6 years because of mental health.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, at one point I was doing 1 subject a semester, and it's all I could do, which is fine. That's
So I started uni as a 17-year-old, and I quit with 2 units to go.
Oh, damn.
3
so close.
years. But for 3 years, and drove my mother bonkers because I was like, don't want to.
I've met so many people who are at that point, and they only do it just to complete it, and they've just lost all passion. And it's like they're zombies. They're dead inside because they just don't enjoy it anymore.
Yes.
So,
and then I went back and I did the last 2 units. It wasn't hard. I got there in the end, graduated.
well, that's great. Yeah.
Yay. And then I got
that's really
and
awesome.
that was the peak of achievement.
Well, the thing is about those people that I mentioned is that they'll never work in the field anyway.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
because I
did 18 months in the field and then realized that I was way too young and just not fucking interested in it. And old women.
Yeah.
And old women bullshit.
Yeah.
And
I did.
Which uses the same skills and makes so much more fun.
Yeah. I did a science degree straight out of high school, and chemistry was my passion back then. And when I went to uni, seriously, it's the only thing I did well at, and just everything else about that degree was just so tiresome. And after I did it, I just said I can't do it, and I did IT instead.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know anything about what I studied and learned for that degrry, and I paid the HECS off. That was fine.
That's something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I opened up my MyGov and I've only got just over 10 grand to go. I was just like, this is exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're on the downhill run. Okay, we're all sharing mental health stories. Dingle Doodle tried to spend 10 years on bachelor's with mental illness and homelessness, got in the way. Yeah, invisible chickens, worried about them. And look, dude, we all fucking struggle. Even on a really mild level, like it doesn't qualify as severe mental health issues. I have a real thing with imposter syndrome, and okay, I've got 20 years experience in my field, which is
that makes you an expert.
I'm a fucking expert, right?
Yeah.
And I'm very good at my job, and I still my boss the other day said, "Oh, can we catch up later today to talk about where things are?" And I'm like, Jesus, fuck, no, Jesus.
So do you know about this anecdote from Neil Gaiman?
Tell me
about imposter syndrome. He was at a party once. It was a very exclusive party, and he was talking to someone who also had the name of Neil, and he was saying to him, Neil Gaiman was saying, "I don't know why I'm here. All I do is write." And the guy who was talking to said, "Well, all I did was just go where someone told me to do, and that's it." And it was Neil Armstrong, and he had imposter syndrome.
Yeah,
a freaking astronaut. Everyone has imposter syndrome, or you're a narcissist, basically.
Yeah. And either you're a psychopath or you have imposter
syndrome. So that has carried me. That mentality of everyone else has imposter syndrome too. That has carried me very far.
Yeah, but this literally happened this week. My boss said, "Oh, can we catch up later to talk where that is?" And I'm like, "Sure." And then fuck. And then he sat down and he asked where things were. And I said, "I've done this, I've done that, I've done that. I've got this person." And he's going, "Oh, that's brilliant. Perfect."
Yeah. Yep.
Everything's sent. I'm like, yeah, I guess it is.
I've had to teach my boss.
You had me worried. I was really prepared for you to say.
Yeah.
I've had to train my boss. You cannot walk past me and say, "Let's catch up," because I have a serious PTSD reaction to it.
Yeah.
You can't tap me on the shoulder and say, "Get in a meeting room." No, I need at least a day's notice if you want to have a meeting with me about anything.
Yeah. It's like your significant other just texting you, "We need to talk."
Exactly.
Oh, God. Yeah, without context. Yeah.
Yeah. And you go, "What the fuck?" And they go, "Shall we have chicken or shall we have pizza tonight?" Oh my God. Oh, my God.
That exact thing.
You've been worried all day. Yeah. Do not do it as a joke ever. It's just no,
not funny.
No, it is not.
No. Incidentally, the Dram Queen is a very nice drink. Cool. I think I might do that on a video. The Dram Queen, spiced rum, brown cream to cacao, punta mez, pimento dram. Fuck, it's really nice. And with an orange, I've got my really gross, badly malformed orange twist in there.
But I bet it smells great.
It smells fantastic.
It's
it goes
That's how
really
you
well.
when
I did
when
this
you're-
again, the hot chocolate with the Contro and chocolate liqueur. It tastes like chocolate orange. It really does. It's just liquid chocolate
Nice.
orange. Doesn't taste alcoholic. Ha
It's really dangerous. Yeah.
A
Great for
trap for
Christmas.
young players.
Oh,
I'm gonna have a little sambuca.
Ah,
But it's not actually sambuca.
It's water.
Made by
Oh.
Logan Micro Distillery.
Oh, there you go.
so it's someone's version of Sambuca.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Okay.
Quite
Cool,
good.
cool, cool, cool. Oh god damn. Okay, yeah, this is definitely my last drink for the night because I'll wake up fine. If I have one or two more, fuck knows what will happen. So
Actually, maybe I'll just have this.
yeah. Oh no, this is good. This
Gin liqueur.
Oh, what's that one?
This is the All Seasons Gin Liqueur by the Distillery.
Yeah.
It is a barrel-aged honey liqueur.
Ooh.
This or the other one that they make called the Elixir makes an incredible hot toddy.
Ooh.
It's
Ooh.
medicinal.
What is a toddy?
I think it's just a hot drink.
It's a hot drink,
Okay,
usually with
Okay.
alcohol in it of some sort.
sure.
What
Give-
is a toddy? Toddy, a drink made of spirits with hot water, sugar, and sometimes spices. So it's whatever alcoholic beverage you want with, sugar. It's hot, so you make it with hot water and you sweeten it and you maybe put some spices in it. That's a toddy.
Okay.
they used to think it was a cure for the cold. Or a
They were
treatment.
so drunk they didn't care if they had a cold or not. So like,
Yeah.
That's right.
Well,
So
I have a cure for a legitimate cure for the cold.
yeah.
I can't share the recipe with you, but you take it, and it's guaranteed 3 or 4 days later you're fine.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
suitably mysterious of you, Abigail.
It's funny because that's how long it takes for you to kick off a cold anyway.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I was like, that sound.
I've
Yes.
had too many cocktails to pick up on that. Yeah.
So this is a liqueur that Imbu make.
Yeah.
And then they barrel age it. So this one is a bourbon barrel. So it's got like this bourbony
Ooh.
that's going on.
Nice. Nice.
Also, they happen to be like genuinely nicest people. You know how I said I'm not an alcoholic, I'm just supporting small business? I put
Yeah.
that on Instagram, and it's been one of my most popular posts. It's like, hilarious.
I say something similar, but I stole it from a song by Kate Reid, and it's how does it go? It's I see a counselor just because I'm supporting women in business.
Yeah.
The song is called "Everyone's Fucked But Me," and it's a great song. It's about how everyone else is just off their rocker, and nothing's my fault. Nothing at all is my fault. Must be everyone else.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. Putting bottles back so it looks less
Yeah,
like...
Stella, 3 or 4 days later, your immune system has worked.
The perfect cold remedy. Like, take this and 3 days later you'll be fine.
Yep.
Oh my God, I just read the weirdest thing. Monkeys steal coronavirus blood samples in India. A troop of monkeys in India attacked a medical official and snatched away blood samples of patients who had tested positive for the novel coronavirus, authorities said on Friday. From Reuters.
Oh my God. Oh, I needed to hear that. That there are monkeys stealing blood samples. My God.
Well, they're hungry because everyone has to stay home and not feed them.
Yeah, that's what I'd like. I saw a video, and this was weeks ago, if not a month ago, of it was like Thailand or somewhere that used to have a huge tourist population, and of course the tourist population dropped to zero, and gangs of hungry monkeys were roaming the streets in angry mobs trying to get food because there were no tourists to feed them.
Yeah.
And most urban centers have been warned because the number of people being in the urban centers and dropping food has really reduced. A bunch of angry, hungry rats are going to start swarming out of their domiciles. And so urban centers are going to be overrun by angry, cannibalistic rats. I was like, oh my God.
That makes sense.
Wow.
It makes sense. I mean, there has to be some dark side to all those wonderfully romantic, coyotes seen on the Brooklyn Bridge and dolphins in the canals at Venice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
has
just
to be a dark side.
Angry, hungry, feral creatures that used to either be fed by tourists or eat garbage, and there's no tourists and less garbage, so they're really angry and hungry now.
All the city-dwelling pigeons and rats and cockroaches are going hungry because we're all staying at home.
Fucking pigeons are going to turn on us.
We walk around like the MCG and along that part of the Yarra River on our daily exercise route, and we keep seeing all these like massive flocks of seagulls, and my husband's like, what are the seagulls doing for like food, because there's no all on.
There's no chips.
They go to the
There's no
sea.
chips on the ground.
They can go to the sea and do what seagulls do.
Well, we've harvested all the fish in the sea. No wonder they're coming inland. Yeah, I have a friend who's a marine biologist, and the horror stories she tells me about the state of the oceans at the moment. It's sometimes I can't sleep at night. It's that bad.
Yeah. Imagine. I think climate scientists need constant therapy at the moment because the reality of what they face every day is so traumatizing.
The last 10 years has been like a horror show for them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I understand people who want to like deny it. Like,
it's weird. It's weird. Although I like Dingle Doty is trying to just brighten things up for us.
Oh yeah.
Just randomly, if you're in the mood for a Rob Roy, use a Speyside single malt. Uses sherry casks, which complements the sweet vermouth very well. See,
She'd know. She's Scottish.
Yeah, I am not a whiskey aficionado. I very rarely just sit back and sip a whiskey. I put it in cocktails, so it's like, whatever, man. And
if you would like an Australian alternative, my time suggest the Starward Solera, aged in Australian Apera barrels, which are the Australian version of sherry.
Ah, nice.
You can't call it sherry anymore.
I'm definitely getting a Starward for my next one. So a Rob Roy, for those who don't know, is a Scotch whiskey with vermouth and Creole bitters, Peychaud's or some other Creole style bitters. So it's a fairly simple one, but it's a classic whiskey, Scotch whiskey, and vermouth and bitters. So I'm endorsing Dingle Doty's recommendation of a space.
Yeah, that does sound good.
But yeah. So Invisible Chicken is remembering Seth Meyers having a segment called Stories We Need right now, which seems very optimistic. People doing positive things feels optimistic. Oh, okay. If you're feeling a bit down and you want something positive in your life, find on YouTube. Taika Waititi is reading James and the Giant Peach with a bunch of A-list celebrities doing the voices in the things, and there's a whole succession of videos with different celebrities in each video doing the voices. But if you feel like things are kind of shitty and you just want something light and positive, Taika Waititi reading James and the Giant Peach with A-list celebrities doing the voices is pretty cool. And Nettie's got her bloody
Maleficent ears on.
Maleficent horns
They're
on.
not ears, they're horns.
Maleficent.
I had a few drinks and I got these on.
Yeah. It's that time of the night. Oh my God, it's fucking midnight. Okay.
It's fucking midnight.
It's 9 minutes to midnight, to be fair.
Minutes to midnight.
I'm going to finish this bit. Go to bed.
Yep. Oh. Yeah, that's a good plan. I've finished my what was it called? It was called A Dram Queen. I think I'm going to have to put that in a video because that's such a good pun. The Dram Queen as opposed to the Drama Queen is such a good
pun. Was it spiced rum?
Spiced rum.
Spiced rum and pimento dram. And I improvised a bit because they said cacao and coffee infused spiced rum, and it's like, oh, fuck off coffee. I hate coffee so fucking much. So I did spiced rum and brown creme de cacao, and what else is in it? I need to look it up again. Dram Queen. I closed the window. Dram Queen.
Funny thing about me and coffee is that I can't stand coffee, can't stand the smell of it or anything. But then I did a barista class and I lost the ability to smell coffee. Like I just doesn't register for me. I don't like drinking it. I don't like the taste, but just the smell just doesn't register. And it turns out I make a really good cappuccino.
Okay.
Like, who knew? Everyone I make a cappuccino for says it's just really a really good cappuccino.
Okay, that's good.
Weird.
Okay, Safa's gone for the puns with Nettie with the horns. Safa's gone, yep, that's what drinks usually do. Give you the horn. That's a good pun. I like that. And by good pun, I mean terrible pun. Terrible puns are the best puns. Okay, so
you missed a really, really bad dad joke on the Applewood stream.
What was it?
Oh, stinker. So there's a guest tonight, his name was Brendan, and he started telling this joke, and you could just tell it was going to be a dad joke. And it was about a guy who went into a bar, and there was like pieces of meat hanging off the ceiling. He's like, bartender, what's that about? And he was like, if you jump up and touch the meat, you get free drinks for the rest of the night. If you miss, you have to buy a round of drinks for everyone in the bar. And the bar was kind of busy. He was like, looked around and went, nah. And the bartender said, why? He said, nah, stakes are too high. Now, imagine that was delivered with an Irish accent. Was better.
With an Irish accent. Yeah. Okay, you just reminded me of a bar-related dad joke that Aidsy is fond of telling, and seeing he didn't manage to join us tonight, I'm going to tell it. It's like someone comes into the bar and instead of ordering a drink, they actually bite the edge of the bar. They bite a chunk out of the edge of the bar. And the barman says, "Get out, you're on drugs. I don't want people on drugs in here." And the guy says, "I'm not on drugs. Why are you saying I'm on drugs?" And the barman says, "You can't fool me. I saw that bar bitch you ate." Oh. Easy puns and dad jokes as well. So.
Oh dear.
AZ, because he worked as a stand-up comedian, he actually specialized in telling really long stories that ended in a fucking dad joke. Like he'd draw the audience along for 5 or 10 minutes with a really involved story, and they're following them the whole way, and they're on the edge of the seat, and the payoff was a fucking dad joke. And it was like, oh, and the pain from an audience when he did it. Like they loved him for it, but hated it at the same time. And
I started watching the Hannah Gadsby, the new one that she was doing.
Yeah. I haven't watched the new one yet. Yeah.
I rewatched Nanette, sobbed my guts out.
Yeah.
And I'm watching Douglas.
Yeah.
And I started it at like 11:30 last night and had to come to work today. Like, admittedly, I had to come from the room just over there to here.
Yeah.
But, still.
Yeah. I haven't watched Douglas yet. I thought Nanette was very good. It's theatre more than comedy. It's theatre with some really funny lines in it, as opposed to a comedy thing.
I think her explanation of why she gave up doing D in Nanette was pretty special.
It was pretty powerful. It was very good.
It was very
good. But one that I often think about in the same light, but is much funnier, is much more comedy, is Bo Burnham's Make Happy. If you've never watched it, it is on Netflix. It is structurally one of the most amazing, like 1 hour comedy things I have ever seen. Like it's very, very, very funny. And bits of it are just silly funny, but the structure of it is, to me, is as someone who writes stuff, as someone who's interested in stuff, the structure of Make Happy is mind-blowing, because without giving too much away, what Bo Burnham has done in a couple of his specials is try to draw your attention to, this is fake. I'm sitting up here telling stories, and a lot of the stories I tell you as if they are real things, and they are not. They are fake. This is not real. This is fake. And my whole act is lying to you, and it's not real. But I have to lie to you and say it's real, because that's how this stuff works. And then the show goes on, and the final bit of it is so fucking real. But he spent the whole lead up telling you nothing's real. I'm lying to you the whole time. And then he finishes with something that's mind-blowingly real. But everything up to that point is, never believe me when I tell you I'm telling you something true, because it's a lie. And then he tells you something that's really, really, really true. And you're like, oh my fucking God, this guy he's next level. He's really good.
Well, I know what I'm doing after this live stream.
Yeah, watch Make Happy, because it's funny. It's Bo Burnham. He got famous on YouTube like 12, 15 years ago.
I know that.
Kind of looks like a guy who drives NASCAR, right? Like,
yeah, he's either late 20s or early 30s. Like, he got famous on YouTube when he was about 15 or 16. So his early stuff on YouTube, you look at it and go, "Fuck, really?" But then you go, "God, he's like 16." Of course, a 16-year-old says dumb shit. Make Happy is one of the most amazing bits of comedy theatre I've ever seen. Because it's funny and frivolous and stupid, and at the same time so emotionally raw. It's just like, oh, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck is going on with you? And but even that, he did a really good movie. He wrote and directed a movie called Eighth Grade, which is very funny and feels very true. It centers on an American girl who's in eighth grade, and every American girl says this is real. And I go, okay, how does a dude who's in his mid to late 20s write something about an eighth grade girl that women and teenage girls just go, oh yeah, this is real? It's like, what? Who is this guy? How does he do that? So I'm a bit of a Bo Burnham fan.
I quite enjoyed Daniel Sloss' Puzzle.
Daniel Sloss does really good stuff. I'm with you, Kirsten. I would recommend. There's a lot of Daniel Sloss stuff out there on Netflix and whatnot. It's worth watching.
Yeah, definitely.
He is funny and weird.
Yeah, he's my kind of weird.
Yeah, he's good. There's a lot of good. Oh, if you've got Amazon Prime, like Prime Video, one of the lesser known ones that's on there, I saw at the Melbourne International Comedy Festival, might have just been last year. It was either last year or the year before. I went to see Raw Comedy because a friend of mine made it to the final, which was very exciting because thousands and thousands and thousands of people go to the fucking heats for live comedy. And out of all those thousands of people, a friend of mine made it to the final 8, which was very
not bad.
She didn't win, but she did very well.
I think I might have heard that. You might have mentioned that before.
Yeah, Damie Lou. She's a really funny YouTuber and a really talented singer and musician. But yeah, she and her boyfriend did a double act and made it to the final. And besides the Raw Comedy is like, new comedians. And aside from all the new ones, they had a couple of fairly professional comedians do sets in it. And there was this duo called Flo and Joan. And they're apparently sisters. They don't look that similar, but they're apparently sisters. And they have a special on Prime, which is the same show that I saw. They did a little set in the Raw Comedy final. And so Mrs. Angrian and I said, well, let's go and see their whole show because they had a whole show and they were the best. They were so good. It's like musical comedy. And
you say they're on, do they have a show on Amazon Prime?
Yeah, on Amazon Prime Video, yep. Flo and Joan. And it's the same. They're funny because it is actually the same show that I saw them do at the comedy festival. And I still got a lot of laughs out of it.
What's it called?
Flo, Flo. And Joan, Joan.
Oh, yeah, Flo and Joan.
They have a YouTube channel. They've got a shit ton of stuff on their YouTube channel. But they've got a 1 hour special on Prime, which is the same show I saw them do at the Melbourne Comedy Festival. And fuck, it's good. They're just, it's light and it's musical comedy. They're very good songwriters and they're very funny. They're very funny. So cool. They're not very well known. They're very underrated. I would definitely say check out Flo and Joan either on YouTube or on Prime Video. On
Prime Video, it's not available in Australia. Of course,
it used to be quite recently.
Unless I'm on the American site. I haven't. I only just recently realized I had Prime Video. I have a Twitch Prime subscription, and it gives you Prime Video as well.
Yes.
And God, what a rabbit hole! There's so many asylum movies on here.
Yeah.
That it's just ridiculous. The worst movies. Yeah, it's a rabbit hole. But there are some.
I'm not allowed to have Prime because I have too many streaming services.
That's fair. Like I don't have like Stan because I have too many other and I don't have Disney Plus because I have too many other priming
See, I
streamers.
have Stan and Disney Plus.
I have
There.
Netflix, Spotify, and Twitch, which is Amazon Prime.
Okay.
That's it.
Yeah, I only had Prime Video because I signed up. No, vice versa. I signed up for Prime Video, which meant I got Amazon Prime. So if I order something off Amazon, I get priority shipping. But I never buy it.
Okay, yeah, it is available here. I was just on the wrong site.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, no, it's definitely worth watching.
I'll check it out.
Flo and Joan, they're very light.
There you go. Flo and Joan are live on stage.
Yeah.
Cool.
Flo and Joan are very funny. They got a bunch of stuff on YouTube. Yeah.
Hey,
I've done my row. I'm going to bed.
I have to go for a sec. I'll be back in a...
No, Abigail, say good night. Going to bed. It's fucking midnight.
Oh, okay, you're going to bed. Sure.
Normally go to bed at 10 o'clock.
Guys.
Fucking midnight.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming back, Nettie. See ya. See everyone in the chat. You've all been fucking awesome.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Friday night. Bye, everyone. Bye.
Thanks for having us. Angry